right. Hello, hello, hello. Surprise. Getting ready to make another cake. All right. So I decided to stream today because my new schedule, I'm gonna start classes on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. And so I thought I would take advantage of this free Wednesday that I have this week and do an extra stream. Yeah. Plus, the reason I really wanted to do it was I was looking at the leftover buttercream I had from Monday, 2 days ago for, I had made those like Valentine's Day designs I was trying to decide on. And I had pink and purple and white, and I was just looking at them and I was thinking, you know what we could make? We could make Kirby with his little sleepy hat. And yeah, so that's what I wanted to do. Sleepy Kirby with his little stocking cap kind of dealie. I'll show you which one I mean. The only difference is we're gonna do the version that has white polka dots on top. Sometimes he has a blue hat or a purple hat. I'm doing purple hat because that's what I have. And instead of yellow polka dots, we're gonna do white, which will match the fringe and the little pom-pom that's on the end of the hat. So yeah, let me see, I'll pull him up. Should be fun. I got my cake ready. He's very like flat in this version. So he's gonna be like this guy. Wait a minute, there we go. Yeah, so that's what we're going for today. And should be fun, should be cute. Yeah, so let's get started. The way I'm gonna do it is, this will be his body, and then I think it's chilling. Yeah, I have, for his head, I have some cake crumbs chilling in the fridge. What I did was, the trimmings that I had from Monday when I cut out my heart-shaped cake, I kind of did them like you would a cake pop or a cake ball, and you know, you crumble it up, and then you can mix it with buttercream, or depending on the texture of your cake, you can directly, if your cake's really nice and moist, you can press it into a mold or a shape. So I just pressed it to make like a semi dome shape. So we're gonna do the pink part of his body and then add the like the hat on top in purple, so that'd be cool. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. I will have to run and grab that because that's still in the fridge, I think. So, but yeah, be fun. I really love Kirby. He's always my main on Smash Bros. And I've been playing some Smash Bros more recently. My husband got me Ultimate for my birthday several months ago, and we've just been getting into it more so lately. So yeah, over the summer I had played, when I visited my niece, she and I played a bunch together, which was fun. And after that I kind of got the hankering for it, so then yeah, my partner got it for me for my birthday, which was exciting. So yeah, let's get started before our buttercream seizes up on us. I mention that every now and then with decorating. Oh, also I'm gonna bring you in front of me so I can see you better. Also, let's be sure we're all set up. And oh, yeah. All right. Well, let's get into it. Okay, so mixed up the pink I had left over from yesterday and put it in the bag again. It's nice and soft for now. For the base coat, I'll just use the open tip. There's a coupler, but I'm gonna leave that off just for coverage. Yeah, and I hope this is still nice and mixed up. I had it sitting here for a minute while I was getting everything, you know, linked together. welcome in. I'm making a Kirby Cake, the character, Nintendo character, and he's gonna be a sleepy Kirby, so he's gonna look like that. Sorry, whoops. Yeah, so it's gonna be Kirby with a sleepy hat on. And the cake is chocolate. I went ahead and base iced it ahead of time, so it's chocolate cake and vanilla frosting, just so that it would be ready to like jump right into it and start decorating. Let's see. Trying to decide. I guess I'll do the front here and the back here because the way I have it positioned on the board, that'll give me the most room to add his little feet and then his little hands up front. So it'll be kind of like catty corner diagonal, unless that's gonna be weird. I don't think so. Hi, Claire. I've done some realistic cakes, but I haven't done a lot of like hyper realism where, you know, like you're fooling people about, you know, like on Is It Cake? I don't know if you've seen that show, but probably like the most realistic type cake I've done is like some shoes and purses. I feel like those, out of all the cakes that I've made, those probably are the closest to like looking like the actual item that they're based on. Especially with the purses, because I would do like a semi-shiny finish for like that patent leather look, which really, really made them look more realistic. And then I would paint the, you know, it was like based on like a Chanel purse. It was like a black one. I had made it several times because it was a pretty popular design. But yeah, so that one. And then I've done some like Nike Air Jordan shoes. Those turned out pretty cool. Again though, I would probably say like, I'm not on the level quite yet where like, if you looked at it, you'd be like, is it real or not? Like it looked good for sure. And maybe from a distance it could have fooled you, kind of how they do it on the show, but like, you know, I'm sure there were some giveaways and stuff. But that's something I want to work more on, is like using cool techniques for like things to make them look like super realistic. But yeah, I feel like when that comes down to it, like if you get really good at using molds and paying attention to textures, that's when you really start nailing the realism. And like layering your colors, like especially for fruits and skin and stuff, you can't just like add one boring base color of something to get something to look very lifelike. You have to like go in and add layers and layers, soft layers of color. So that would be something fun to work on too in the future. Lots of skills to develop, I would say. Yeah, I love that show too, Claire. That one's really good. I like all those kinds of shows. I keep forgetting what it was called, but there was another one that came out recently, and like Duff Goldman's the host of it. I want to say it was like streaming on Max on HBO. That one's really good. I need to look up what the name of that one is for the future, because it's pretty sick. So for curved shapes, I see like some gaps here. I'm going to go ahead and fill that in. And then I'm going to start smoothing him more diligently. And you might notice I trimmed like a corner off of the bottom. So instead of just being like a cylinder of cake flat on the board, I went around and like made the edge a little beveled, I guess you would call it. That way he looks more rounded and cuddly. Yeah, I love Kirby, he's so cute. He's one of my favorite like Nintendo characters. I really love Epic Yarn. That one was for the Wii. I have a, well, you can't even see it. Hang on. There you go. I have a little plastic scraper. It's flexible, so I can bend it like this. Wow, you can't really see it at all. So you can bend it like this and then scrape on a curved edge instead of like a flat edge of like a normal shaped cake. So this will be really helpful. People also use acetate for the same purpose. Acetate is that material you see people use to like wrap desserts a lot of times. So like if it's a mousse or a molded dessert, it's kind of like a really, not quite as thin as a plastic wrap, but it's like a thin plastic that goes around a cake or dessert. And if it's like a mousse or something, it holds it in, but it's also like if you buy a slice of cake, sometimes they'll put it on the cut side of the cake and it helps keep the moisture in. So like if someone's selling like a whole case full of cakes at a bakery, you can slice them ahead of time and not worry about them drying out through the day. But it has like a lot of different applications that you can use acetate for. Like you can make what they call collars on cakes. So a collar, especially on things like a Charlotte Russe or something like that, where it's like a bunch of different layers, or lady creams and whipped creams, and lady fingers and whipped creams or something like that. So like a cake collar, this is a technique they've done a lot on the Great British Baking Show, is maybe where you might have seen that kind of thing. You lay out a strip of the plastic acetate and you make a design with either like white chocolate or your buttercream, or if it's like a sponge, you do it like that. And then you pick up the piece of plastic and your cake is right here, and you wrap it around it and then chill it or whatever. Then you pull off the plastic acetate, and then whatever design that you created flat on your tabletop on the plastic, it's now applied to the side of your cake. So it like helps you create a design ahead of time on a flat surface without, you know, otherwise you would have to go meticulously around the cake and create it in real time on a 3D object. But it's, I don't know, it's a cool technique. Hi! Let's see, either SL 9.99 or S1 09.99. Welcome in. I love Kirby, so I'm pretty excited about today's design. For those of you who are just joining us, I was deciding to make this because I was designing some, Valentine's Day cake designs ahead of time so I could take pictures of them and then make like a promo. And I did that on Monday, and then I had a bunch of colors left over. So I had dark pink, light pink, white, and purple. And then I got the idea today. I was like, that's perfect to make a sleepy Kirby design. Sometimes his feet are more red, but we're going to just do dark pink for his feet. And I think that'll be fine. I don't think it's a deal breaker as far as the design goes. But yeah, he's really kind of flattened out when he's laying down. He's not as, you know, because he's kind of like bubblegum texture or putty or something. He's very malleable. So when he's like in sleepy Kirby mode, when he's laying down, he's very like pancaked. Kind of like how cats do. But yeah, I'm trying to pay special attention to getting the bottom smoothed out, because at an angle, especially because that'll kind of give him a rounded appearance more so. Then I need to kind of curve this piece like that. You can't see what I'm using too well, but I'm going to kind of have it bent while I'm going around so that he has a rounded appearance. So kind of like that, if you can see it. All right. And then hopefully that'll give me a nice smooth finish without taking off too much frosting at one time. But yeah, ideally this plastic would be a little thinner, because then you can be a little more delicate with it, but this is what I have on hand right now, so we're gonna make it work. Challenge accepted. Here we go. Hopefully the music levels are good, and they're not too loud, hopefully. I can fiddle with it later. But when I checked it earlier, I'm just doing fine. Here we go. But yeah, Kirby's Epic Yarn is one of my favorite Kirby games of all time. It's so cute, all the textures they use and how they kind of worked the theme into the storyline of the cake. Everything's made out of yarn. There's like buttons and stitching everywhere and embroidery. It's pretty cool. Ooh, what is my favorite flavor of cake, Claire? That's a good question. I'm going to say chocolate or lemon. And lemon, if it's like a really tart and tangy, zesty lemon, I don't want it to be, if I want something lemony, I want it to be like real zingy, like maybe a lemon cake with a lemon curd. I like that a lot. Or chocolate. I love chocolate. Oop, dropped it. Especially if it's like a chocolate cake with a chocolate mousse or a chocolate ganache or something, like a slightly more bitter filling. Love that for sure. So he's getting pretty smooth now, which I like. And his details, like his hands and feet, they're gonna be buttercream. For his eyes, I'm gonna paint them on with buttercream paints and give him his little rosy cheeks. And then his hat will be cake inside, kind of like a cake ball on the inside where you crumbled up the cake and then formed it. And then covered in buttercream again, so that'd be cool. And then I have a cute idea of after we've finished making him, because usually when you see him sleeping, he's got like bubbles. Oh, no, I dropped it. Oh no. That's okay. I just made like a little dent back here, but I'll smooth it out real quick. So usually when you see Sleepy Kirby, he either has like sleepy bubbles over his head or he has like little Z's. So for like a cake topper type thing, I think I'm going to make like a little chocolate Z on a piece of cake wire or floral wire, that's what people call it, so that it can look like it's hovering above his head. So that'll be kind of cool. Sometimes like bakeries will see people do like stars or something, look like they're shooting out of the cake and they're on like really thin pieces of something. It's usually like a thin piece of floral wire or something. And you can do white chocolate or gum paste or like fondant pieces, and then once they're dry or before they dry, you put the wire in so that you can, you know, add them onto something. So that's cute, and I think we'll do that today just to add like a little fun dynamic detail to our Kirby cake. Okay, he's looking pretty smooth and glossy. So yeah, I'm gonna move on to the next step and keep the pace going. Let's see. So I'm gonna decide where I want his face to be. Guess. I'm gonna smooth him one more time and then I'll pick which side I want. Or I'll just pick the smoothest side. No, I'm gonna stop touching it so I don't mess it up more. Okay, let's do his face right here. This looks good. And then I was thinking about this earlier, that way if like his feet will come off back here and his little arms will be extended in the front right here on this side. And yeah, so this cake board, the way I have it positioned, that'll offer us the most room so that I'm not working up against the edge of the cake board. So that'll be cool. All right, for his hands, you could make them in fondant and add them on. You could just pipe plops of buttercream and then smooth it out. I'm going to add, so I was practicing making some macarons, some of the little sandwich cookies. They're made out of like a meringue and stuff. And I was practicing making some of those because I was thinking about offering them for Valentine's Day. And I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to stick to the cake idea I had earlier in the week. But I have some left over. So instead of just making each of his arms a pile of frosting, I'm going to put a macaron here and a macaron here, the little cookies that I'm talking about, and then cover that in frosting. So like if you cut into it, it won't just be one big bite of frosting. There's like something more to it. You could also use, in other scenarios, I would use like Rice Krispies. You could like mold a little Rice Krispie hand and then smooth the frosting over that. So you got options. Cake decorating is all about, you know, it's like a choose your own adventure kind of game. There's a little gap underneath him. I'm gonna fix that really quick, because if actually that I'm gonna do that as the back, and that'll be where his feet will be, so you won't see it anyway, because I'm gonna have to fill that in. So let's see. Yeah, that'll be okay. We're gonna move right along then with this being his face. But yeah, so we'll add his arm shortly. Just want to get this as smooth as possible so that it doesn't distract from his features that I'm going to be adding on. Gotta be like really delicate. And also like not shake your hand, because then you'll have like kind of vertical lines up and down. But that's good. We're gonna be happy with that and start adding his arms like I said. So this will be his front. And, or wait. Yeah. Hang on, I confused myself. There we go. Because I want that little gap that I saw to be at the back. Okay, that's the back, this is the front. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So this will be his front. And I'm gonna add his hands, one here, one here. If anybody just joined us, I'm gonna show you who we're making, like which version of Kirby we're making. Oops, this way. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna make Kirby. Sleepy Kirby. So he kind of just has his hands out to the front, and they're just little nubs, like just little rounded bloops. So yeah, we got 2 little cookies. So these are the types of cookies that I'm talking about. Here, let me find that one has a little crack in it. So normally you see them like this, like a little sandwich, and then they have a filling inside normally. I haven't filled these yet, so they're just little empty cookie sandwich halves. But it's kind of rounded on top, so that'll make it a good shape for his hands. Yeah, so we'll put one here and one here. So let's see. Yeah, here and here. Okay, cool. So roughly, this is where they'll be, and then we'll cover them in, I'm gonna nudge them up towards his body, and then we'll cover them in frosting. So cool. But first, I'm going to dab a little frosting underneath each of them so that they stick to the board. And let's see, we want them slightly out to the side more so we have room for his face. So spacing kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Alrighty. And here we go. I'm going to do the rounded side down to give more of the appearance, because that's one like detail if you're making a rounded shape to pay attention to. You want the bottom of your cake to be rounded as well, so that it doesn't look like something's flat on the cake board. So I'm gonna do that. And then the frosting that I build up on top of the cookie, I'll be sure is rounded also, but this will be a good start. Okay, pop it in right there and nudge it a little closer, because I don't want it to be, his arms are pretty stubby. I don't want it to be a big, I don't want his arms to be too big. Like they don't come off very far from his body. So that's what we're gonna do. So, and then this arm's going right here. Just nudge it into the buttercream. Yeah. And slightly out a bit. Like there. Yeah, I kind of goofed that up. That's okay. And there we go. That's where his arms are gonna go. And now I just gotta cover them in buttercream. And then we'll smooth it so so it has a nice finish. I'm gonna put a nice generous plop on top, like so. And then I'm gonna swap to a smaller tip so I can do a thinner layer around the edge of it, so that it'll be good. So I can kind of control the amount that I'm putting on there. Okay. I'm just gonna scrape all of my frosting down to the bottom of the bag. So, kind of like you do with toothpaste. You kind of smoosh it all to the bottom. There we go. Yeah, that's better. And now we're ready for his arms. Okay, so let's start with this one here. Turn it a little bit towards you. And we're just going to pipe a rough layer of buttercream on top. And I'm gonna make sure I connect it to his body. And we're gonna try to smooth out that seam as good as possible, as well as we can, rather. And that is one little challenge with trying to do everything in one step. There are certain times in cake decorating where, you know, if I was making this, typically I would make this, chill it, and then add his hands on. But we're just gonna roll right ahead to the next step so that, you know, we don't have to pause as many times in the process. Would it make things a little easier? Yeah. And is that how I would normally do it? Yeah. But we're doing something different here. Okay. And coming around this side, you can catch it on the back side. There you go. Add in a nice thin layer all over. And almost got it. Yeah, sometimes I gotta get down on a different level so I can see. Make sure he's fully covered. That's important, especially with things like wedding cakes. Getting down on level with your cake when you're decorating to be sure you didn't miss anything or things look right at the right angle, because depending on where your cake is going, if it's propped up on like a large cake box or a cake stand, you know, it'll be at a different angle essentially, and you'll see different details that you didn't see if you're looking at your cake like from this way or kind of top down view. So things to keep in mind. All right, so now I'm gonna start smoothing his little mitts out, his little paws. Yeah. I'm excited to unlock all the characters on Smash Bros. Ultimate. Like I was saying, I've just gotten into it. I know it's been out forever, but I just got it more recently and started playing it. And who did I just get? I got Zelda. Captain Falcon, I think, was the last one that I got while we were playing together. Oh, and the Animal Crossing villager, got him. I gotta like practice more with him. His moves are kind of difficult to do. But when I like battled him in the story mode, he was really tricky. There was 3 of them and they kept shooting the gyroid rockets. I was like, what the heck? Hi Priyanka, welcome in. Today we're making a Kirby Cake from Nintendo. He's been on a lot of games, but he's a Nintendo character. He's a cutie pie. And we're making Sleepy Kirby, so he's gonna be wearing a little purple stocking hat with a pom-pom, and he's gonna be laying down with his eyes closed. So that'll be fun. Oh, thanks, Priyanka. That's really sweet. That's too kind. But yeah. I had all these frosting colors, and I figured they'd be perfect to make a Kirby cake with. I had pink and white and purple. already made up from the cakes I made 2 days ago. So that's why I decided on this design in particular. So I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube currently. And on Friday, I'm gonna hop back on and make another cake. I got a request on Twitch, somebody wanted to see a Stitch cake like Lilo and Stitch, and then also somebody wanted to see like a Fallout themed cake. I haven't decided what design yet I would do from Fallout. I was thinking about the little like Nuka-Cola character. He's like a little blonde cartoon character and he wears blue, like the blue jumpsuit that the characters from the vault wear. So maybe that would be kind of a more cute and simple design to go for. And then later on, maybe we could do some more like gnarly Fallout themed. Fallout's another video game. Fallout themed characters. Because Fallout is like based in a wasteland, and so there's like monsters and stuff, and so we could pick like a cool wasteland monster to make a cake from, like one of these like big crab guys. That would be kind of cool. Be difficult, but also later in the month there's a new game coming out called, it's a scary game, Resident Evil. Well, for me, it's scary. I grew up playing mostly Nintendo games, like cute and cuddly type games, so you know, like horror games aren't my usual cup of tea. I like watching them, but I don't really like playing them. So like I'll watch someone play them online, or I'll watch my partner play them because he's good at shooters, but yeah, usually I'll watch a Let's Play because I want to like know the story and everything, and they're really cool to watch. But I get too panicked, I feel like, especially with like zombie games when stuff's jumping out at you. Anyway, I digress. What I was talking about was the end of the month, on the 27th of February, I believe, there's going to be a new Resident Evil game. And it's called a Requiem. I think it's the 9th game. Yeah, because Village was number 8. It's the 9th game in the series, but it's sort of based, I think it has some recurring characters from the 2nd game. So, before we get to that, I'm gonna go, well, me and my partner got the remake of the 2nd game last night. We downloaded it, and we're gonna play that one, so I'm all caught up to speed. Because I didn't play all the old Resident Evil games when I was younger. I think the first one came out in like 1996, and I was like, yeah, I was not playing more difficult kinds of games like that at that time. I was really young. And then also, like I said, I didn't like scary stuff growing up, so it wouldn't have been something I would have played at that time anyway. But yeah, I'm deciding what design to make. I watched the trailer for the new game, and there's this one creepy looking guy that has like a scary, his face looks kind of like old and weathered and kind of gross, honestly, but he has these cool goggles on. He has like a leather kind of like face mask thing, and it has like all these lenses, so that would be cool. Gonna make that guy, I think, because I don't know, they haven't released a whole lot about that game, so I don't have a lot of characters to go off of. Priyanka, will you please make a Tom and Jerry cake? Oh, that would be really cute. Yeah, I should do that sometime soon. Actually, this morning while I was eating breakfast, I was making a list. Well, I was making several different lists of cakes I want to make to do on stream, and I had a list of cartoon shows and characters that I want to, so I'll add that one to the list. Tom and Jerry would be cute. I love them, and their character designs are really cute. We could make them like kind of acting out like a funny scene from the show. That would be fun. Yeah, that's a good one to add to the list. I also was thinking about, let's see, So yeah, right now I'm just going through and trying to smooth his hands out. Like you'll see, I've been working on this one a lot, so this one's really smooth, but I still have to smooth this one out. And then at the top, I'm kind of smoothing it and kind of blending the seam up against his body so that, you know, it looks connected. It doesn't look like they're separate pieces from him. So yeah, Tom and Jerry would be cute. Their expressions especially, their big eyes, their big cartoony eyes and stuff. Let's see, what other ones was I thinking about? I used to really love Adventure Time. That'd be cool to do an Adventure Time cake on. Yeah, totally, Priyanka. That would be cool. Adventure Time would be cool. I really love Bee and Puppy Cat. That's a good one. And then some more modern cartoons like Bluey. Their use of color and their character designs are really neat. So they would be fun to make into a cake. Some other classic ones. My partner requested Courage the Cowardly Dog. That one's really cute. That's an old Cartoon Network show. Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's one of my favorites. My sisters and I watched that one growing up and we love that one. Plus, they're gonna make a new movie soon. I'm so excited. And it's gonna be an animated movie. I know they released the like M. Night Shyamalan version a while ago. I didn't end up watching it. And the Netflix series that came out was pretty good. Actually, I gotta go back and finish it. I don't think I finished watching it all. So that'll be really cool. I want to make like an Appa cake. Appa from Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's just very round and fluffy, and I feel like since he's a furry creature, there would be like a lot of cool techniques you could do to make his furriness come to life. Especially in buttercream, that would be fun. I have a tip. I don't know if I have it right next to me, but it's called like a grass tip, and it's also good for making fur. Like it's good for piping buttercream, buttercream grass, but you can also do like fur and hair with it, or noodles. You can make stuff look like a little bowl of spaghetti or something. So Appa would be cute. It is my own cake business. I used to run a business in Northern Virginia, but then I moved. So I was there. I was operating my business for 2 years there, but then my partner and I moved to South Korea. So I still have a business, it's just on a smaller scale here because we live near like a base, and so I just offer cakes to people on base. So I'm not having as much business every week as far as orders, cake orders that I get. And that's why I decided to start the streaming channel, because I figured that would be a good way to inspire me to keep making cakes regularly. And then, yeah, still have an outlet for like my creative endeavors. And yeah, so I get orders every now and then, but a lot of the cakes I'm making for videos, I'm just kind of picking the designs because they're something that I want to make. Last week I did have an order though, and I streamed it. It was like a winter themed cake, and then after I just did like the main cake, and then after I hopped off stream, they wanted like a little frozen topper, like a picture of Elsa basically, and I put that on top. But I delivered it the day after streaming, and they loved it, so I'm really happy about that. And then I have one order for next week. It's kind of a generic birthday cake design, like white cake with rainbow sprinkles around the bottom, and then some cut out fondant stars of different colors, and like happy birthday lettering. So it's like a more simple design, but it'll still be fun because I'll get to make it here on stream while we chit chat, and then deliver it that day. So that'll be cool. Yeah. And then these cakes that I make on stream, so at my house it's just me and my partner, and we'll eat cake sometimes, but if I'm making a lot of them, I have to find other people to give them to. So I'll like message a friend or a neighbor and see like, hey, do you and the kids want a Kirby cake or a Pac-Man cake? I made a little Pac-Man arcade cabinet cake a while ago. I think I posted it as a short on YouTube. I didn't make a full-length video of it, but it was a short on YouTube. And then I gave it to my friend and her 2 kids down the street, so that was cool. And then other times, if it's like a bigger cake, my husband will take it into the office and it gets eaten. So that's good too. That there's like a ton of people in his office, so there's always somebody who wants to eat it if it's too big for just like me and him to eat. Also, I can't eat cake all the time, I'll be sick. I like cake and buttercream, but if I was gonna pick a type of cake, I probably wouldn't, just because I make them all the time, or around them all the time. It's not like I don't like them, but you know, you can have too much of a good thing. And so, yeah, I'm not always like craving buttercream just because I use it so much all the time. When did I start my business? Let's see, 2020. 2022, I think. And then I was running it for about 2 years in Northern Virginia, which was cool. So different states have different cottage laws. So that's like whether, oh yeah, originally I'm from the US, so that's what I'm talking about, different states. Different states have different cottage laws, like if you can do home baking businesses from like your actual house. In Virginia, I was lucky enough though that there was a shared commercial kitchen near me. So that was a really cool opportunity while I was living there. Other small businesses, it was like a big commercial kitchen. And then different businesses like that were orders based or, you know, like farmers markets based. They would make all their food and production there, and then, you know, go out and sell it at the farmer's market, at a food truck, or if they had orders, you know, they would make deliveries and stuff. And so I got to work out of there for several years. That was really cool because they had all the equipment and big ovens, giant mixers and stuff. So, my favorite thing was the oven there. It was made for large quantities. So imagine a like full-length oven. Like you open it and it's like a full-length door, and you can literally roll a whole tray, like a kitchen rack full of pans. So like you would get this kitchen rack, it's like taller than me. You could line up your cake pans on it with your cakes, like sheet pans, and then your cakes on the pans, and then bake in it. But the best thing about it was once you put them on the rack inside the oven, it would rotate. So like you would shut the door and then it would start rotating so that you made sure all your products baked evenly. It was the coolest thing I had ever seen. That was part of the reason that I wanted to work at that specific bakery, or at that specific commercial kitchen, shared kitchen, because they had that oven. It was so cool. Oh, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you to say. I hope wherever you are in your day to day, if it's morning or evening, I hope you're having a good morning or evening. But yeah, that oven was like amazing. Yeah, there was also a bunch of food trucks that worked from the same kitchen. So it's like a perfect thing for businesses. Since mine was all delivery based, mine was just a custom cake business. Like I didn't have a brick and mortar storefront. People would order cakes from me. I would design them for them because it was all custom. I didn't, you know, they could send me a picture for inspiration, or they would tell me what they want and I would make them a sketch. So all custom orders, baked to order. And so I do all my baking there, and then they could come pick up the cake, or I would go and deliver it. But I didn't have like regular store hours like a normal type bakery would. So that was helpful because at the time I was getting ready to expand before we moved. I wanted to hire one person because it was getting to that point where I was like, okay, we're getting orders regular enough and I could hire one person and then I could focus more on the decorating and they could focus on baking and maybe help with deliveries or something like that. So then after, well, and then we're gonna move anyway. So all that to say, I kind of lost my train of thought for a second there. All that to say, it was a great kitchen to work out of for the style of business that I was running, since everything was custom. Yeah. Hello, welcome in. Oh, thanks. That's really kind. That's a super kind sentiment. Yeah. For anybody who's just arriving, we're making a Kirby cake. So here's his little hands. We're making Sleepy Kirby. I'll pull up the picture again really quick just so check in with anybody who got in, because I just kind of like started streaming and then like jumped right to it. Here we go. So we're making Sleepy Kirby. Where am I from? Originally I'm from the US, but I'm living in South Korea right now. But yeah, so that's why I'm on, I don't know, depending on where everybody is in chat, you know, I know it's different times everywhere. But it's the middle of the day for me right now, so I know it's nighttime a lot of other places. Yeah. Oh, cool. I've never been to Africa. That's awesome. I'm just trying to smooth out his other hand right here. This one looks pretty smooth enough for me. And this one's getting there. We're almost done with this and then we can move on to his other fun details. I just really love, I'm looking in the camera and I'm loving how like round and glossy he looks because the big light is on. It's really satisfying when you get it to that point. I'm going to love it. Yeah, I would definitely like to do more travel for sure. That's one of my kind of like, I mean, I think that's true of a lot of people, but like it's like a life goal to try and get to travel and visit other places and, you know, get a taste for the world, open up your perspective a little bit. I think travel is really good for that. Not like that's a groundbreaking thought or anything, but I feel like it's good to get out of your comfort zone and also just to realize the world's a bigger place. There we go. I'm adding a little bit more frosting on the seam right here so I can smooth it out nicely and make it look like his little hands are really attached to his body. We built up his hands by using instead of doing like Rice Krispies or fondant or something, I had baked some macarons, like these little sandwich cookies, and so I put one right here and then covered it in frosting, so that's what's inside of his hands. You could also have just used like a big blob of frosting, but I just did it this way. One, just to be sure I had enough pink frosting left to finish him, and two, it's like, you know, that's more yummy. Well, depending on who you are, I would say that a little cookie may be more exciting than just a big blob of frosting. But I do know there's some frosting lovers out there, so I don't want to, you know, speak for everybody. Yeah. Yeah. How can you send me a gift? Oh, that's so sweet. I don't know. I'm streaming on Twitch right now, and then eventually I want to get to where I can do like have subscribers and stuff like that. So that would be one way like to support the channel and stuff like that. I have to get more followers first and then you can start getting subscribers, which is cool. And then the channel will grow and we can meet and reach more people that way. But right now I don't really have an avenue for that kind of thing. That's very thoughtful though. Thanks for thinking, you know. After I finish, I'll probably be on for a few hours and stuff like that, but then probably by the time I sign off, I gotta go like eat lunch. and get on with my day. I got a lot of chores to get to. I started the laundry this morning, so that's good. But after I prepped everything for the cake and stuff, I have a little pile of dishes that need my attention after I sign off of here. But yeah. Will do. Yeah. I gotta go through and do some administration things on Twitch also once I sign off, so I will definitely follow you once I'm done decorating. Yeah. Also, another thing I want to do so I'm kind of new on Twitch and stuff, so I'm still getting the channel all set up, but my goal for this week, I want to make title screens or scenes. So I want to make like a be right back scene, and I want to make a you know, like the stream is about to start screen, so that'll be cool. I'll probably draw them in Procreate so that they match my like banner that I did and stuff like that. So that'll be a fun project for me this week. And I'm also still figuring out a lot about how Twitch works from the creator side, because I've been like a casual Twitch lurker for a while, but I still have to figure out how all of the channel stuff works out. So today, what's gonna be fun is I'm going to practice raiding somebody. I haven't raided anybody yet. I've only streamed like a handful of times so far, but I'm going to raid somebody today when we sign off. So y'all can help me pick who we want to raid, and I'll see who's online and stuff like that. But I figured out how to do it. It's not very difficult actually, but just the other the other couple times I streamed, I didn't know how to do it yet. So yeah, it'll be a growing process here together while the channel grows and gets more, you know, more professional looking. Yeah. Okay, so we're almost done with his hands, and then we're gonna do his feet in the back. I have a darker color pink buttercream for his feet, so that'll be nice. And then his hat's gonna be the purple one. I know sometimes his hat, yeah, no problem. Sorry, I just saw your thanks and thumbs up. His feet are gonna be dark pink. Sometimes they're red, but we're doing dark pink because that is the frosting I had from making some Valentine's designs ahead of time. And then for his hat, we're doing the purple one with white polka dots. So he'll be cute and fun. Oops, I made a little dent in his body, but that's okay. Hopefully he'll forgive me. Yeah, and at the end of stream, we'll cut him open so you can see the cake inside. If you got here, you know, after we covered all the cake, we'll do a little cake cutting at the end for funsies. I did one for Rossetti from Animal Crossing the other day. That was fun, and I cut him live. If I'm doing a cake for an order though, I can't cut them on stream because obviously they're gonna go to a person, like a little customer. But this one I'm just making for fun, and I can cut him and kind of slide him back together and then send him to work with my husband so that his coworkers can eat him. So he'll still get eaten, which is good. Cause I already had some cake. I did end up eating part of Rossetti because he was like a smaller cake. So I was like, I could have a piece of him. This guy's a little bigger, so I don't want to eat all of him because that would be too much for 1 or 2 people. But yeah. Should be good though. Who doesn't like chocolate cake? Here we go. But yeah. And then also last night, I was talking earlier about how I started playing the remake for Resident Evil 2 last night, and then to kind of wind down after that, since that's more of a scary sort of stressful game, I started Hollow Knight for the first time. Hollow Knight has been a game that has been on my wish list for a long time, and then I just kept putting it off forever because something else would come up where I wasn't like, or it was like a period of my time where I wasn't gaming a lot. But I was watching, like forever ago, I was watching a Let's Play of it. I think it was probably Game Grumps or something like that. And they started playing it, and then, so if I'll see a game if I see a game that I like on a Let's Play, I'll just pause it and then stop watching it so I don't spoil it for myself. So that's what I did with that one. And I still never played it till just last night I started it. And then there's already a sequel out, so I'm like behind for sure. So I'll play Hollow Knight. And then I want to play Silk Song also. That'll be cool. And it's good because I have more time, a little more time for gaming right now. So I can go through all those games I had wanted to play in the past, which will be good because it'll help me, you know, keep getting fun new ideas for cakes to make on stream. But yeah. Just checking. Okay. Just checking some stuff on the iPad down here. Righty. So yeah, buttercream cakes, it is a process. Like fondant is a different skill set, but like a lot of times for this, you just roll it out, cover it, and smooth it. Buttercream takes a little longer because you have to go in a little more gently to smooth the shape out. But we're just about done with this boring part, and then we could do a fun little part. We're gonna do his feet in a similar way, and then I'm gonna pop him in the fridge to chill for a smidgen while I work on his hat. I'll pull his hat out of the fridge and we'll start working on that too. So that'll be good. Switch it up a little bit because if I want to paint his features on, which I think I want to use buttercream paints to paint on his little sleepy eyes and his rosy cheeks and stuff, like his little blushy cheeks. So he needs to be chilled firmly so that I can gently paint on top of the buttercream without making holes or dents in the buttercream with the paintbrush. So that's a little challenge for sure. Okay, I'm just getting down on his level and trying to smooth out where his arm meets his body. And with that, his arms are just about done. There's one little part I'm gonna go in with a little spatula. I think I just need to add a smidgen extra, just a small extra dollop of pink, just to fill in the gap. I was having trouble smoothing it because there is a big gap. But we're good now. Ooh, also, if you joined us a couple days ago, I was talking about wanting to make a Yoshi cake soon because I love Yoshi. He's always been one of my favorite characters. He was pretty much always the character I would choose for Mario Kart or Mario Party especially. And I've decided he is the design that I'm going to use to help me practice a structured cake. So like a cake with an internal armature. So you normally need like internal structure for cakes that have, you know, like a bigger top than a bottom or something like that. It's basically based on like the shape that the cake is, determines whether or not you're gonna need some internal supports. And since Yoshi has such a big head and a big nose, I figured that would be a good one to do. So like his legs are small, then his body comes out like this, and then his big old head's over here. So it's gonna be a series of like, here's the bottom, the base plate of the cake, like kind of like this one that I have here. So it'll be this type of thing. And then I'll have some wooden dowels for support. And then there will be another cake plate or a wooden cake plate that I'm gonna put under. And then you'll build up more cake on top of that. And then there will be another set of dowels and a cake plate. And then his head will be over here. Because if you just plopped cake on top of cake feet on top of, then like a cake head on top of the cake body, it's not gonna be able to support itself, especially on a larger scale. So I figured Yoshi would be a cool challenge for that. So that's what we're gonna do. Plus like the new The new Mario movie is coming out somewhat soon. I think it comes out in April. But it looks like Yoshi's gonna be on the... Sorry, I got distracted. Yoshi's gonna be on the new Mario movie, the Mario Galaxy movie. So I figured that would be fun, and that'll give me some time to plan him out over the next couple of weeks, because I was looking around and deciding how I wanted to do it. And I got a few things that I need yesterday when I went out, but there's still some hardware type stuff I need to finish him. Because there's like a couple different ways you can do it. So I'm just deciding what'll be best for him. Also, this will be kind of a nice full circle for moment for me personally if I make a Yoshi cake, because the very first 3D cake design I ever tried to make was this big T-Rex design. So big head on smaller type body sort of situation. And it didn't go super great because I didn't know anything about, you know, structures and cake armatures at that time. So this will be like a cool challenge to like revisit it and see how much better he can turn out. Like maybe I can even fish up, maybe I can even fish out that design that I did all those years ago. I'm talking like years and years ago. I was probably, I don't know, like 12 or 14 or something, around that age. I can't remember exactly. It was when I was still like obviously living at my parents' house, and so I was pretty young. And it was a big challenge I took on, and it was okay. It definitely was not professional level. I remember at the time getting really frustrated with it because the head was just so large. It was never gonna work without support, but the head was so large, and like, you know, like my mom or my sister would come in there into the kitchen while I was doing it, and I was already upset. I was like, I can't talk right now because I'm upset about the cake. So I just need I need a minute to cool off. It's not you, I'm just annoyed about the cake kind of thing. Yeah. Because like one of my sisters or something was really sweet and coming in and trying to like offer supportive comments, but it was kind of past the point in the project where I could kind of really do anything about the structure, because I was just going full steam ahead. I was like, okay, body done, covered in fondant, make the head, cover in fondant, plop it on top, and yeah, it was kind of past the point of no return where I was like, this is how it is, I guess. But it was a good learning experience still. Okay. We've got his hands in place. So, oh, he looks so shiny and round. I love it. We'll do his feet really quickly on the back side. And then we'll pop him into chill because I want all of this to be kind of set so I can, one, paint on the face like I was talking about before, but also when I go to put his hat on, which is kind of like a separate piece of cake, I want this to be set so that I don't disturb all the hard work we already did. Yeah. So feet, we're gonna put away the bright pink, and then I have like a darker pink right here. So it's a nice deep color. And for his feet in the back, let's see if we can find a photo reference. It's always nice when you can find, especially with pretty popular characters, it's nice if you can find like a 3D model of them. Or, speaking of Smash Bros, I was talking about Smash Bros earlier, Super Smash Brothers, the game. Back when they used to do, I haven't really gotten into Ultimate a whole lot yet, but back on the GameCube for Melee, you were collecting all the trophies of the characters, and then you could go into your trophy collection and you could like visit each one and you could look at it fully 3D. That was really helpful for like character models and stuff. It's a helpful resource. So let's look at his back really quick. We're gonna look at his feet that are placed behind him. So I just scrolled through some images and I saw a Kirby cat bed where his mouth's open and the cat gets to sit inside of it like they're getting eaten. How lovely. So I see some plushie references. I actually have a little squishy of him somewhere, and I was looking for him, like one of those like kind of stress ball squishies. I have it, and I know it's somewhere in this house, but I can't find it right now, which is kind of sad because I was just gonna plop it here and use that as the 3D model that I was looking for. I think it is upstairs somewhere, like on my bookcase or something. But yeah, okay, I'm rambling. Let's see. Yeah, they're just kind of stuck out behind him, and then we need to make like the part that's facing upwards, we need to make that look flatter and the bottom look rounded so that, you know, it looks like his feet are backwards, but like upside down. Does that make sense? Hold on, I did find one reference, but it was just like a plushie, so I was trying to find something a little bit better suited towards what we're doing. So like that, we're gonna have his feet, ooh, there we go. We're gonna have his feet sticking out behind him like that. So yeah, let's move on. Yeah, I wish I could find a different picture that's not the plushie, because the dimensions are a little different. That's okay, we'll just keep rolling on. Also, we need to decide if his hat's gonna go, if the floppy part's gonna go on the left or on the right. Let's see what it typically does. Figurine. One moment, friends, and I don't know, I guess we'll have it on the left because most of the little guys I'm seeing, it goes on the left. Cute. Oh man, we should have made him sleeping on a cloud like this guy. Hang on. There's one where he's sleeping on a cloud. That would have been cute. Ideas for next time, that's okay. Okay, let's hop to it. Boop. Bam. I made a Kirby cake for my sister one year, but it was made out of fondant. He was really cute. I think he's on the Instagram page for Cakes by You. On Insta, I think it's in my profile, but I'm at cakes.byu, so it's like slightly different. Here we go. I think I'll do the same thing I did for his hands, where I'm going to use these as the center part of his feet. Or we could go and run and grab some Rice Krispies. That would be helpful too, since they're so big. What do y'all think? Cookies or Rice Krispies? I guess I'll just use cookies, or I have them handy. I was just thinking if I got the Rice Krispies, they'd be perhaps even more well suited to be the shape that they need to be. Let's do that. It'll save us some time when we're smoothing. Hang on, y'all, BRB. I'm gonna grab those Rice Krispies because they're gonna be a little bit bigger also. So that's good. I'll still be on mic for a second, but give me a moment while I quickly sprint to my kitchen and clamber on top of a chair so I can reach the top shelf. So short, I can't reach. All right, got him. We're coming back. Whoop. Almost falls off the chair and splats. Okay, I'm back. A brief interlude. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we grabbed some cereal treats. Yay. Now we're gonna cover them in frosting. Not a sponsor. Generic cereal treats. Yeah. These are a little sweet for me. I just have them for decorating purposes. They're good, especially if you're going to make sorry, I got hair coming in my face, but I don't want to touch it. Okay. Also, I shouldn't have worn I need to stop wearing light colored clothing when I'm doing decorating with bright colored food coloring. Alrighty, so his foot. This is good because I already have a flat base. another reason I was like, let me just go ahead and grab it, even if it means me running away for a minute. See, that's where this week or pretty soon, it would be helpful if I have a little BRB screen. So I'm gonna try to do that. I guess I'll use this. Alrighty, so imagine a split coming off the back here. I need the top to be flat, but I need to round out the bottom a little bit. So I'm gonna snip here and here and then add that to the bottom. So take away to curve the shape out and then bulk up where we need the bottom to be rounded. Let me nudge him aside so you can see what we're doing here, hopefully. Yeah, okay, we can see well enough. Okay, chop and chop. There we go. Take a little more off this side to even it out. Okay, then round out the heel. Round out the heel. Okay, cool. Okay, so that'll be the bottom of the foot. Like so. And then take the excess that we trimmed off and just pop it on to round out this part. So that when I go to place it on the cake board next to him, that part will help it prop up and we can give it the appearance that it is more of a rounded shape and not just like, there you go. Okay, so perfect. Okay, so if you can imagine, we're gonna do the same thing again. So nice, we're gonna do it twice, but here we go. Sort of rounded here. This is gonna be like the toe, and we'll prop it up against his body like that, and then cover it in buttercream. So that'll be good. And now, oops, I need to do the same to this one to match. So quickly snip. Oh, that was loud. Snip more quietly. And same on the back. Snip. Snap. Snip, snap, snip, snap. Takes a toll on a person. And then use those extra pieces to add some roundness here. Good deal. That wasn't so hard. Okay, and I'm just gonna kind of jam it together to make it more compact. Okay, so we come out with a sort of rounded, sort of teardrop slipper shape for his foot. Same thing with this one. Just really smash it together, make sure those pieces I added aren't gonna come off, and make sure that they match. We want them to be generally the same shape and size. And keeping in mind that we're gonna add a pretty decent layer of buttercream all over the whole thing, we need to smash them down to size a little bit because they are gonna bulk up as we cover them. So cool. Alrighty. So here we go. You could like frost these separately on their own little board, chill both of them, and then add them to the body. We're not gonna do that because, you know, those kind of things take extra time. The execution probably would go more smoothly, but we're gonna keep the pace decent. If I get real crazy, you could start doing the things that they do on cooking shows where they're like, okay, we gotta make this pie crust, blah, 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 and now we're gonna bake it. And then they like just hand it off and they pull, and now I have, and they pull it out from under the table. They're like, I have one already baked right here. I don't know why, I always thought that was so cool when I was younger. I was like, whoa, TV magic. Alrighty. Are these a bit big? He does have some pretty big flappers, so I'm not too worried about it. Squash them just a little bit so that they're more proportional. Yeah, that's better. Same thing with this one. And also, as I'm kind of mashing them and rolling them, it's smoothing out the crispy texture, which is also good. Okay, so we're gonna probably, let me look at my photo really quick one more time before I shove them into the soft frosting. Just be sure that the placement is good. Yeah, I don't want them too far apart. Okay. I honestly don't want them too big. I feel like his character model is pretty forgiving though. I feel like sometimes some versions of him, his feet are giant, but then other plushies and like figurines are just like really petite. So he's kind of a good character to make out of cake. The characters you gotta watch out for are like super detailed ones. Okay, we're gonna do right here and right here. I gotta put a little bit of frosting to hold it in place. We will use some peak frosting since we're pretty much done with it. And the toe. We'll angle the toe downward. And I'm going to add this part right here and smooth it, because once I put it down on the board, it'll be upside down and I won't really have access to it. So we'll gently smooth this out, but it's not going to be showing a lot. It's not going to be showing a lot, so here we go. Just gonna smooth it somewhat to make sure I have coverage before I place it upside down, because it'll be harder to get to once it's in place. All right, sleepy Kirby. Kirbo. That'll do. And here's the tricky part. Get the placement right on the first try so you don't make a big old hole in your Kirby unnecessarily. Okay. We're going right here. Oh, rats. Battery swap. Hang on, friends. Well, we're back. Might have lost you. I forgot to check the battery. That's the one thing I've been gotta be better about when we're live. Are we still good? Says we're live. We're live. Yep. My bad, y'all. Brief intermission. I just looked up and noticed it was frozen, so hopefully it wasn't too long. It looked like it wasn't, but anyway. What I was saying before I disappeared from you. Here we go. We just put a little layer of frosting on the bottom of his foot, and now we're gonna place it. And like that. And I'm gonna have it to where his heels kind of like come in a little bit. So one right there. That's gonna be foot number one. I'm gonna do the same thing to this foot. Add a little frosting on the bottom. Well, the bottom for our orientation, technically it's the top of Kirby's foot, but the way that he's laying, it's the bottom. Spatially, the spatial orientation. Okay, and I'm just smoothing it on this side a little bit, and we'll go and smooth the top after we place it firmly into his little body. Okay, 1 second. And let's see. Place this one. How's that look, y'all? I think that's pretty good. Pretty alrighty. Yeah. I'm gonna nudge it just slightly so they're more symmetrical. But there we go. Got his little feet. Got his little hands. This one's gonna be fun. I'm excited. So, not having as many orders to take care of is a bit of a bummer, but getting to make cake designs just for me, like things that I just want to choose to design, is the upside of it all. Cause like I get some really cute cake orders, but sometimes you get a cake design that you might be ho-hum about, like you might not be thrilled about the theme or something. And it's more fun when it's a character that you also like, you being me. But okay, his feet are back on. Now we're gonna frost him in this really charming hot pink frosting. So let's see then, start at the top and come down this way. Let's move it a little closer, can you see? Yeah, that's a little bit better. I need some, yeah, okay. And then we're gonna just cover his whole little crispy foot in frosting gently so as not to dislodge it or shift it too much from the position that we decided on. And there we go. Perfect. Okay, great. And it's also like the right size now still. Like I was like, is putting the frosting gonna make it look too bulky? But I'm not mad at that. I can live with that. Okay, the top. So this little boy is quite a dessert feast. He's got chocolate cake body. He's got Rice Krispie feet. I mean, cereal treat feet. He's got macaron hands. Here we go. And spoop, spoop, spoop. Yeah. And a squiggle. Oop, I missed a spot. Yo. There we go. Catch his heel a bit. And wowie, wowie. Little man's coming together. Oh, Kerbo. What would we do without you? Go put a tip on this one and set it aside. Tip. Lid. Ring to the coupler. And perfect. Grab that when we need it again. All right, different type of scraper. And we will start with the sides. And the last thing we're gonna do is smooth out the top because that's gonna be the easiest kind of stroke to make across the bit. So it'll just be the finishing touch basically. So I'm going in, smoothie, smoothie, smoothie. And just making sure that the buttercream reaches all the way down so there's no gaps in between where his feet and his body meet. Can you see? Let me see. Yeah, if I turn it sideways, you can kind of see the crevice I'm working on. Ta-da! And his feet. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Smooth, smooth, smooth. They are starting to take shape. You know, they look a little rough at first, but then get back in there, touch them up a bit. He'll be good to go. Get the excess buttercream off my guy. And one moment, I'm going to prop up a little bit taller so I can reach over the top at the same time. I need to pin back my little hair doolies. I feel like when I have all my hair pinned back, I look like such an egg though. I like some face framing pieces, you know? Oh, speaking of egg, is anybody watching the new Game of Thrones universe type show? the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I like it so far. The theme, I know HBO shows and the Game of Thrones shows can get pretty dark pretty quickly. I mean, it's medieval, you know? People get medieval on each other. But this one so far seems pretty wholesome generally. It's giving me some like Knight's Tales vibes. If you've seen that movie, that's a great movie. It's an older movie. I haven't watched that in a long time. But it was Heath Ledger. And it's like this guy on his quest to become a knight, and he has to like enter the tournament and do the jousting. And of course there's a lady involved, a lovely love interest along the way. Yeah, I love that show. I mean, movie. Anyway, so there's only been, also, this most recent episode was so short. I was like, dang, 30 minutes? What are we doing here? But so far I'm intrigued. I haven't been turned off by anything. Maybe it will be a little lighter fare. I like fantasy themed stuff. But yeah, some of the Game of Thrones stuff was a little hard to watch sometimes. There you go. Like well, I don't want to say it because sometimes it's considered a bad word, but Battle of the B words. I don't want to offend anybody, but that episode was rough because they really made you feel like you were in the thick of a medieval battle. Like, it wasn't as glamorous and magical as I don't know, as some other media. Fellowship of the Rings and all. There wasn't a beautiful elf man sliding down on a shield skateboard style. No, there was just people and violence. Anyway, so far so good. I'm curious to see where that show will go, though. But yeah, here we go. We're getting his feet shaped up quite nicely. Making sure we got full coverage, and then we focus on smoothing. So, like so. Coming around the mountain, getting his toes smoothed out. Working on these flappers. This morning while I was prepping everything, I was like, okay, hurry, like get ready, get everything set up, get on before it gets too late kind of thing. You know, just trying to get started with my day. But the whole time I was thinking the Kirby Dash theme song, like bing, 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 bing. I just had Kirby on the brain, I guess. Here we go. Shboop. Now, smooth, bring it around town. Yeah. Beep, beep, beep. I'm really liking this color also. Just like a nice fuchsia. Would you call that fuchsia? Yeah. Really nice fuchsia color. I'm here for it. I'm digging it. Okay. Stream is at, let's see, 1:29:30. I'm gonna spend like 2 more minutes on this part, and then we gotta move on. Can't take too long on the boring parts. Plus, this is the back of the cake, so we will do like a rotating finish shot, so it can't look like absolute trash. It's one of his main features, also. But I just need to pick up the pace and get through the smoothing bit and onto the cutie pie bits, like doing his hat and painting his face on. Also, if you stick around long enough, we are gonna cut little Kirby open at the end. Sad as that'll be. Oh, I was talking about the Resetti cake. He's the mole from Animal Crossing. I was talking about that earlier. Made him a couple of days ago, and right before I cut him, I was like, wait a minute. And I picked up my blue buttercream, and I piped some like little teardrops on his face before we chopped into him. Poor guy. He deserved better. He's a productive member of society now. He's not just a tyrant. Oops. Just going rogue, and I made a little divot in my light colored pink frosting. Oh, dude, what are we doing here? A crime I committed on my boy. It's okay. Yeah, Among Us Kirby. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing basically at the end. We'll have to say farewell to our boy Kirbo. I have a tiny knife here for carving, but I'll go get one of the big kitchen knives and make a scene of it. Ooh, an Among Us character would be fun to make out of cake too, or like a little gaggle of them. That'd be great. I should make it to where if I make an Among Us character, like if I cut it sideways, like you can see the little bone sticking out of the top of his head like they do. That would be crucial. We'll make the bone out of white chocolate. That'll be funny. So that like when you cut into him, it looks how it looks like when you see him in game. Oops. Swoop, swoop. Oh, I see a bit of crispy peeking through his toe down here. Cover that up real quick, and then I'm just about done with his feet actually. Just another second. I know I said I'd just spend like 2 more minutes on it, but I'm like, okay, make him look good, don't rush it too much. Or use a real bone, yeah. Just get like a chicken bone, pop it in there. After cleaning it, of course. Just like nom 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 nom, chicken wings, and then stick it in the cake immediately. No. Yum nom nom nom, clean it off, then stick it in there. And get points for realism though, for sure. Just a real bone sticking out of there. Also, I feel like it would add to the like shock factor, the shock factor of the cake. Like, the bone looks a little too real. Hee hee hee. Let's get his tootsies looking sharp. Chicken, have you seen those chicken burgers with chicken feet sticking out of it? Oh, hi Sodium. I didn't realize that was you at first. Welcome back. No. Are they real chicken feet? Like edible chicken feet? Because I know you can eat chicken feet, or is it more like a fast food, some kind of fake chicken feet? Chicken feet are pretty popular here as a dish. I haven't tried them yet. I would maybe try them one time, but I don't know if I'll like the texture, but I will try most things one time. There's some stuff I'm not interested in eating, but this one food content creator, food blogger, Doobie Doobop, she's on YouTube, her stuff's great. Anyway, she has done videos all over in different countries. She's from South Korea, and she had one where she was eating all of these different street foods. And she said chicken feet are really good, so I would at least try them once, but reserve the right to not eat them again if I don't like the texture of them. If they're like crispy, I guess. Also, I'm like, do they still have the bones in them? Like, do you still have to eat around the bones like a chicken wing, I imagine? I don't know. Got a lot of questions. I gotta do like a fact-finding mission before I actually like send it. Oh, the whole claw comes out of the bird. Gotcha. Bird Box Burgers is the chicken claw burger. Oh, I haven't heard of Bird Box Burgers. I gotta look that up. Kirby Cake. Hey, Proto. Yeah, we're making a Kirby Cake. There's his feet. There's his hands. And I'm making Sleepy Kirby. That's why he's laying down. And he's gonna have that little purple stocking cap with the pom-pom on top. Here, I'll show you guys that just got here real quick. You might be familiar already, but just in case. So we're all on the same page. Little Sleepy Kirby with the purple hat on. Yeah, so, oh wait, there's an even better picture. Oh, there's a big watermark on it. Whatever. This guy. That's kind of the pose we're doing and everything, so. Yeah, I had a bunch, like a couple bags of frosting left over from Monday when I was making the Valentine's Day cakes. So I had pink and purple and light pink and white, and I was like, you know what that looks like? Kirby. So that's why I hopped on to do Kirby. I wasn't originally gonna stream today, but I was like, these are the perfect colors. It was meant to be. And also, I was thinking, I'm free today, so why not do it? Next week I start classes. I'm doing some art classes. It's like a drawing and tattoo design course. So that'll be cool. But anyway, so those start next week, so I won't be around on Wednesdays typically. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Yeah, it's Wednesday my time here, so. You. Okay, coming around the heel, looking good. Swoop it around, and his feet are shaping up nicely. Thanks, yeah. I'm already liking how he looks a lot. He looks like glossy and smooth and charming and just like real cuddly looking. Chicken feet and dim sum restaurants, didn't care very much. I do love dim sum, but yeah, I haven't had chicken feet yet. I'll try it. It'll definitely be a textural determination for me. Super cute. Fell asleep before the end of last stream. East Coast time, you know? Yeah, East Coast time. That's where like a lot of my family is, so it's past their bedtime a lot of times when I get started my time. I know one of my sisters has hopped on to watch a little bit here and there, or she's like just caught the VOD afterwards. So that's good. 12:20 a.m. Jeez Louise. That's getting pretty late. I crashed hard last night. I was running around all day yesterday doing stuff, and then we sat down to game some, and that's why I didn't get very far in. I was talking about earlier, I'm playing Hollow Knight for the first time. I didn't get very far because I got real tired. Like, I'm talking like I went to sleep at like 10 something and then got up around 7 something. Like I woke up at like 7, but then I rolled around in bed till at least like 7:30 or 45 or so. Shboop. Okay, little feeties coming together nicely. Yeah, good. I'm glad it's chill enough. That's why I tried to pick kind of just a relaxing background music, and then I'm just over here rambling for hours. Basically. One day, I might have already mentioned this to some people, but I do want to do like a full ASMR video where I like turn the mics up a lot, have really nice background music, and then pick a cake that has a lot of buttercream piping where you can just hear like the squishy buttercream. I don't know. I'd have to like do some test runs to see what type of piping makes the best ASMR noises and stuff. Yeah, that'll take some planning, but that would be fun. I like ASMR also to wind down in the evenings. Like GB and Tiptoe Tingles, Batala, Deja, Raffy Taffy, a bunch of them. Fred's Voice. I haven't listened to Fred's Voice in a while though. Josie B. I like them a lot too. Yeah, lots of people. Swoop. Piping with a whoopee cushion. Yeah, or I could I could do like an edited video, like how people do edited ASMR videos, and then they basically do the Foley work themselves. So I could do like a long form one and like do all the motions and then fill in the audio myself after the fact to make sure that everything's like really smooth and equalized and nothing's too harsh or crazy. Because if you did it live, I guess you wouldn't be able to really control the outcome super well. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, just something that popped in my mind. It'll take some scheming, some planning. Okay, turn the cake this way a little bit so you can see. I'm just getting these last little angular bits smoothed out on the foot. And then once that's done, I mostly just want the top of his foot to have a nice, perfectly smooth finish, since that's the sort of most visual, what's the word I'm looking for? Most visible part of his foot is the top face of his foot. Here we go. Just get the edges at least to look nice, and then, yeah, here we go. Use this one. And one moment. Just gently go over the top, like so. I do like a Bob Ross cake one time. Like, make a sheet cake, turn it up, landscape orientation on my tiltable cake stand, and then just paint it like Bob Ross. That would be fun. I'm just thinking it because I have that little tool he used, the angled palette knife that he uses to do his mountains and stuff like that. I have those for buttercream, and while I was smoothing this out, that's all of a sudden started thinking about that, because I was like, well, maybe I should grab that. No, we're gonna stick with the one I have on hand and smooth out this foot. Whoop, got a little dollop. Oh, you saw the Nike and shoebox cake? Oh, thanks. Yeah, that one was fun. I got to do that one a couple times because I posted that in my gallery on my old website when I was like running the business in Virginia. I posted it on the website and it was a pretty popular one. People saw it and were like, can I just order that, the exact one? I was like, sure, I'll do it again. But it would be like a different size, so that was always a fun challenge. I think I made it 3 times total, and like one time it was like this, one time it was a little bit bigger, and then one time it was about like this, just based on the number of servings that they required for the party. Okay, cool. So his feet are looking nice and shapely. So we're going to do a little swap really quick. I'm gonna run him into the refrigerator and then grab the cake scraps that I'm going to use to bulk up his hat. And so we're going to like switch gears real quick. So this guy will be chilling while we work on starting to cover his hat. And his hat's going to be purple. I've got some purple already mixed up, luckily. And got a little buttercream smudgies down here. Yeah, so once he's chilled, the buttercream will be nice and firm, so I can paint on it gently with a paintbrush. Okay. Clean the edge of this really quick. So I don't smear pink all over myself. And just going in and cleaning up the excess down here without bumping his shoes. So there's like a little bit right there. Go in. And there. Okay, I'm gonna run away for like 2 seconds and grab that other piece I was talking about so that we can do, where's the purple? Where's the purple? Purple frosting. You can't see it because the bag's not transparent, but it's purple. Oh, you checked out the Instagram? Cool. Yeah. There's like a handful of things I still need to post on there from just like photos I hadn't edited, or like videos and shorts I hadn't edited, but trying to be more active on all the platforms now. Keep up with things better. I was looking back at this one Smash Bros cake I made. That one was really fun because I was thinking about different buttercream techniques, and that one was cool because I made, like, you know, like Mario style platforms, so it's like dirt and then grass top or whatever. I want to do like a Minecraft cake sometime coming up, maybe. And yeah, I was looking back at that one for inspiration, and I think that one's on the Instagram. I haven't, oops, there we go, there's a bubble. All right. He is ready for chilling. He's big time chilling, actually. And then we're gonna go grab his hat. So for the hat, I had some trimmings from the heart-shaped cake because I cut it out of a circle cake. And so I just pressed those into a little dome shape, kind of like you would for cake pops. That's how they make cake pops. It's usually leftover cake trimmings and cake crumbs. They'll put them in a mold or roll them into a ball by hand. And that's what we did with the trimmings from the heart-shaped cake. So that's gonna serve as a little dome situation for his hat. Oops, sorry. That's not very lovely ASMR, just banging around in the fridge. All right, Carbo's touched down into the fridge, and he'll chill for just a couple minutes while we move on to phase 2. Good deal, buddy. You did good, Kirby. You deserve a rest. And I'm blind. I don't see my little other guy. See, I need to make that BRB screen. Oh, there it is. No? What the hecky? Am I blind? I know I'm not crazy. Just where did I put it? One moment, friends. I should have just had it on deck, but I wanted it to be chilled when I grabbed it. That's why I left it. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. I'm coming back. Incoming. So we have a separate cake board. We're going to put a dab of frosting on. But I'm going to put a little parchment circle underneath it so I can lift it up easily. Actually, I'll just do it with a spatula and that should be fine. Yeah. Sorry, I'm making some decisions on the go. That's why I keep going back and forth about stuff. I put it in the freezer, that's why I couldn't find it. It's like, I know I'm not crazy. I thought I popped it right in the fridge. Okay, we're back for real this time. Sorry about the brief intermission. All right, here we go. So I just used a bowl shape because it's dome shape, and I had pressed this little disc of cake crumbs, pressed it down in there, chilled it, and now it's just like a little flat dome. It's not like super bubbly, but Snoopy Cake. Snoopy would be really cute. That's another good cartoon character. I'm gonna add that to the list. Someone earlier on YouTube said they'd like to see a Tom and Jerry, so I added that to my running list of cake theme ideas. Snoopy and Tom and Jerry. Cool. Sick. Yeah, there's a lot of cartoon themes I'd like to do. Steven's Universe would be good. Their character designs I feel like would translate into a cake shape pretty well. Some of them. Some of them are tall, but we'd figure it out as we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna flop. Boop. And we're gonna frost this for his hat part. And then we'll plop it back on top of his body once it's chilled. Favorite cartoon of all time? Rats. I'm bad at picking favorites. Dang, really loved Adventure Time. And also it's like, it was such a long running show. There was a lot to love and it changed over time, which was cool. Over the Garden Wall is really good, but it's short. So it's kind of hard to compare that to some other game or other cartoons. Pull my picture back up. Rats. There's so many good ones. That's such a tough question. I really loved Gravity Falls. I went through a big Gravity Falls period. Chuka and Birdie is more adult animation cartoon. Summer Camp Island is really excellent. Oh, Owl House. Rats. Be a Puppy Cat. Cake and Fiona. I don't know if I can choose, honestly. I'd have to do like a top 10 list. Also, it changes like throughout my life. I feel like I was like real big into one or the other at any given time. I feel like if I had to pick like one animated show to watch with somebody who's never seen it before, I'm like, this is like one of the best, maybe Avatar: The Last Airbender. I feel like because the storyline is so good. Yeah, maybe that one. Yeah, I'll just say that one for now. Like if I had to pick one, like say someone's never watched a cartoon before in their life and you can only show them one cartoon, but would you count that as an anime? Or a more like cartoon? Or do you even make that distinction? Yeah. Maybe Avatar: The Last Airbender. Sorry, I was off center a smidgen. A bit. We Bare Bears! I didn't even think about We Bare Bears. Oh my gosh, that would be so cute. I made one where, but I want to go back and make another one where it's like, you know, they're all bear shaped. But we did, hang on, since you mentioned it, I'll pull it up. I did one We Bare Bears cake a long time ago. It was when I was working at a different cake shop in Virginia. Incidentally, like my least favorite bakery I've worked at because the owner turned out to be shady and I didn't work there very long because it closed. But I did get to make some cute cakes while I was there. What year was that? That was when I first got there. So this was like circa 2019, I think. And I want to go back and make it where it's actually like each of the bears shaped like a bear stacked on the top of each other. But this is the one that we did. We Bears inspired, but it was still shaped like a cake. Wait, I'll turn the brightness up a tiny bit so you can see it a little better. it's a bad photo because it's from my old phone that I just uploaded. But yeah, so it's like still like a cake shape, and you just made the bands around, each of the bands around the cake, like a stripe to look like one of the bears. But it would be cute to make them more like rounded and fully formed. Each one of the bears stacked on top of each other. Ooh, that's so cute. Adding it to the list. And we bears. That's one of my brother's favorites. I watched some here and there, but I haven't like sat down and watched it from start to finish. But like his daughter, my niece, was really into that one for a while. He was like, oh, you should watch that one, you would love it. Yeah. So we are just smoothing the dome out for Kerbo's little hat. And I might have to like bulk it up a little bit more once I see this size in comparison to his body. Keeping in mind that he is also going to have the white fluffy band around the bottom too, which will kind of build out the diameter a little bit. Oh, that's so cute. For the feet, if you, oh, thank you. I thought it turned out pretty cute, even though it was like kind of simple. Oh, let me check my battery again. Okay, no, we're good. I keep forgetting to check, so. Also, if you see the screen freeze, feel free to let me know in chat if y'all don't mind. That will mean that I forgot to look at the battery again because I got so distracted about the cake. For the feet, if you stack them, would you need to put supports in them? Yeah, probably. Especially depending on the size of it. He would probably need some internal support like you would do for a tier cake to make it. Because then I feel like you could be real brave with the height of it. You could get it to be pretty tall, which would be cool. Oh yeah, wee bears would be cute. And some anime themed cakes would be cool too. I need to like make a separate list. I have a list of video games and cartoons and other like general random stuff that I want to do cake designs based off of. So it's like a lot, but I'd rather have a lot of ideas to pick from than be struggling for ideas, especially just starting out, especially on Twitch. Like I can't be running out of ideas already, which I'm definitely not. I have like more ideas than I know what to do with. I expect that'll be the case moving forward because I think I'll get some cool ideas from chat and suggestions of what people want to see. Oh yeah, I was talking about trying to think of what to do for the brain fart. Fallout cake. Wow, that took way too long to think of. Because I think a Fallout themed cake would be cool. I feel like part of the challenge also when it's like a certain IP, like making something that's easily recognizable, like something a fan would recognize, but also like something that, because I was like thinking about Rocket League, I was like, ooh, a Rocket League themed cake would be cool, but I'm like, well, what would I make from it? Because everybody's car is custom, so there's not just like one general thing. You could make the ball from Rocket League, which looks kind of cool, but also the design standalone, like if you just made the ball, it's not very striking or eye-catching, and also I feel like not everybody would recognize it as like, oh, that's the Rocket League ball for sure. So like that's another design challenge kind of thing. Just trying to think of stuff that would like get people interested and excited, as well as being like a fun sort of referential kind of thing. Whee! Okay, we got this guy smoothed out. And yeah, I guess we'll swap back. Hopefully that was enough time. That kind of went faster than I thought, but I was gonna say hopefully that was enough time that Kirby had to chill a little bit, so that I can gently go in and make some blushy marks for his cheeks, some little blushy marks, and also take a really fine brush and paint his eyes and his mouth, like his little squinty closed eyes and his mouth on. But the buttercream does have to be really firm when I do that, so I gotta check. In the meantime, I am gonna take a quick water break, because the other days when I was streaming, I was like, dang, I was on there for like 4 hours and I didn't drink any water that day, like while I was streaming. But there we go. Gotta be more diligent about that. It's too cold to be dehydrated. My skin's like, help me. Just be so dry. Finished watching My Hero Academia. Not many cake ideas from that show. Ooh, is that one good? I've heard that one's good. I haven't dabbled in My Hero Academia. One of my nieces likes that one. She also likes Demon Slayer, so we chatted about Demon Slayer before. She cosplays as Nezuko one year for Halloween / I think she went to like their local Comic-Con, not like actual Comic-Con, but their local one. She went as Nezuko, which was cute. Yeah. Life-size piranha plant would be dope. Actually, that would be really sick. And like, you know, the tube is already like a cake shape, so that really lends itself well to an effective cake design. Then you would, yeah, the main support obviously would be the stalk, make the 2 little nubby leaves, and then have, let's see, the bottom, make the bottom the half sphere of Rice Krispies probably, then have the cake plate there, and then have the whole top dome be cake. Yeah, I'm already just like, oh, what would it be like on the inside? Yeah. Demon Slayer is so good. Yeah, the fight scenes in Demon Slayer are so cool. I like all the character designs. The storyline's good. I'm like wondering where it's gonna go. Like, it's kept me interested even when they, the only thing I don't like is like, oh man, there's such long breaks between the seasons, I feel like. I am also watching Jujutsu Kaisen right now. I think I only watched the first 2 episodes of season 3. Those were good. I think there's 1 or 2 more out that I haven't seen. Yeah. I don't know where I would begin with that show, because like humanoid type figures are definitely more tricky to make out of cake. If they're gonna be like standing up figures, it's like, you know, just think of a body shape that would be hard to support itself. But like cartoon characters and stuff are great, because like thinking about Kirby, he's so round and dense. Same with even like Yoshi, like his body is pretty like dense shape. There's not a lot of legginess or limminess to it. I watched 1 season, had to read all the manga. Yeah, my sister, she really crushed it for Christmas last year for her roommate. She got her roommate the whole manga box set of, like a whole full entire set of Jujutsu Kaisen. Or however much of it, I don't know. Is Jujutsu Kaisen still being written as we speak, or is the manga finished? I need to look that up, I'm not entirely sure. But oh, that show's also a bit of a heartbreaker. They're not scared of, you know, they don't fall in love with any characters. You might lose them, basically. Another one that I need to go back is Attack on Titan. I've been wanting to watch that one for a while, but I had started it and was like, oh my god, this is too sad. I gotta watch something else. Ooh, Frieren is coming back. That one's really good and wholesome and sweet and sleepy and cute. As the show goes on, there's more like action scenes. I feel like a lot of the beginning is really cool, and it's narration and a lot of, I mean the whole show, there's a lot of retrospectives obviously, but I want to make for Frieren, I don't know if y'all have seen it, but it's a sort of medieval setting. There's like mages and elves and things, and then some mechanics in the game or in the show feel very like D&D based. Anyway, so there's mimics and the main character always gets fooled by the mimics because she wants to see if there's special items inside of the like treasure chest shaped monsters. And so I want to make a cake of the treasure chest and then her legs sticking out of it because she gets like chomped in there. It's like a treasure chest, but it's also like a monster. So it goes like rah, rah, rah. And then she gets stuck in there and her legs are sticking out. So I'll have to do that for sure. So I have this guy and I have more frosting over here. I'm gonna set this aside and we'll go and grab Kirby and see if his face is chilled enough that I can paint on there. And if not, we'll figure out what to do. But we have our hat right here. And it'll be 2 seconds. I need to move, like get a mini fridge and move it back here for stream. That might be like a thing I need to do in the future for the sake of efficiency and ease. I don't know, people have to take breaks all the time though when you're streaming for several hours, so I guess it's not so weird that I run in back and forth with cakes. Coming, I promise. Kirbo! Ta-da! He's back in all his pink glory. And I'm grabbing the black buttercream paints while I'm at it, because I forgot to grab that one. I grabbed the pink one for his cheeks, I think, earlier, but I didn't grab the black one, so yeah. I'm gonna maybe use this metallic one for his cheeks. Okay, battery check, still good. And the third one's charging. Okay, so we got our buttercream paints. We're going to we're going to do his face, and then yeah, we'll start with his eyes since that's the tiniest part. I need my teeny tiny paintbrush, which is conveniently off screen. Okay, there we go. I have a collection of itty bitty babies. Here we go. And okay, we'll move purple cake slightly further away so I don't bump it while I'm sliding Kirby around. Okay, here's the challenge. Let's get where you guys can see his face while I paint it. I'm so sorry, that was so loud. Okay, here we go. And then if I do like this, then maybe we can both be a part of it. Okay, I need something to put my paint on. I'll just use this as a little paint palette. Oh, this one's not open. This one clearly is because it's covered in paint on the outside of the top. All right, so these food paints are oil-based so that you can paint on oil-based things like, oh no, this one dried up. I have had this one for a while. So he's not super cold. The cake started out chilled, and then I just need the outer layer of frosting to be... Okay, this one's almost empty, so we're just gonna go straight from the bottle, which I don't normally do because you don't want to like be dipping on the cake and dipping back into the bottle, but I'm gonna have to throw this one away because it's like practically empty. That's why I couldn't get any to come out. Maybe if I just... Okay. Maybe that's enough. We'll see. If not, I'll open the new one. So I don't need him to be solid, but I do need the frosting on the outside to be chilled enough that when I go to paint really delicately with this teeny tiny brush, that it doesn't like gouge into the frosting. I just need it to glide over the surface instead of making a hole. So we'll see really quickly if we're at that point, but he might have to go back in for a minute. That's why I'm trying to like hurry up and get on with it. Okay, pull up my picture. And also we could make, if he's like not chilled enough, we could make some black buttercream and pipe it on, but I feel like I'd rather do it like this since it's so thin. Okay, so I'll do the left one first and then I'll turn it towards me and do, or sorry, orient. I don't know if this is your left or right. I guess this is your right. We'll do this one first and then I'll do that one. Okay. So I'm gonna start it sort of low. In the character model, it's like just above the top of his hand. And I don't want it to be too high because it'll be in the edge of his hat if I go too high. Okay. And it's very much in the center of his face. So let's be really gentle and see if we can do this without making a dent in the frosting. Okay, where's the center? Center is right here. So we'll go just to the side of the center and make a gentle arch-shaped brush stroke. Okay, I think we're all right. Whoops. Yeah, I think we're okay. I just be really light-handed with it. I won't dip into the frosting too much. The other thing is if your cake is very cold, oops, there we go. Sorry, I'm focusing, so I'm like not chatting. You don't want to go from having your cake be super cold to being super warm. Like you don't want to go straight from the freezer to the refrigerator because then you'll have condensation on the surface of your cake, which will get in the way if you're starting to do a painting like this. So you have to like gently either gently bring it to room temperature, but then you're like, well, the buttercream's room temperature, or you just have to not let it get like frozen. That's really only when there's like a stark difference between the room temperature and the temperature of the surface of the cake, which isn't really a problem because it's pretty cool back here right now with the AC running to combat the heat from the lights. Oopsie. And I don't want to go over this too much or it will dip into buttercream, but I need it to be like slightly bolder. So that's the start of his eye, and I'm gonna make the line just a little bit thicker so you can see it. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't have like a what do you call it in the restaurant industry, a blast chiller. I don't have one of those. That's very handy though if you're doing stuff quickly at a high volume. I just have a typical what's the opposite of commercial? Not a commercial fridge, but like a domestic household fridge and freezer setup. Okay, coming over the top. Woo-hoo. Again, this is like doing winged eyeliner. You don't want to go too crazy and make it too thick. Okay, so now that I've got that one started, I'm gonna start the other one, try to get it a similar thickness. Consumer, that's the word. Yeah, consumer. Yes. You got it. Okay, so I'm gonna make a little dot where this one should start and end while it's facing me straight on. Get the angle correctly positioned. This is really taking me back to, I say taking me back, they're still very popular, but when unicorn cakes first became the thing that every child wanted, had to get really good at painting the eyes on. So the unicorn cake I'm talking about is like shaped like a cake, then you pipe a bunch of swirlies for the main, and then you make a fondant horn, or people started producing them where you could just order them online pre-made, And then you would either pipe on the eyelids in a similar fashion where it's like a little, like happy little eyelids expression. You could pipe them on, you could do them fondant, or some of the kits started coming with little paper ones that you just popped on there. And different bakeries I worked at did different things. Have you ever made cakes that look like instruments? A piano or violin could be pretty hype. That would be really sick. I made a 2D fondant piano topper for a Mario cake. It was supposed to be based off of the Mario theme scene where Bowser's singing peaches, 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 peaches. Anyway, so on top of the cake, but I did it in like Paper Mario style. So on top of the cake, it was Bowser sitting at a piano, but it was like 2D. So it was like a piano that was like flat, but standing upright. So it looked like a scene, kind of like a play or whatever. Besides that, a violin cake would be dope. That would be really sick. I used to play violin in school. I wasn't like great, but it was fun and I loved it. And violins are so pretty. That would be really cool. Piano cake would be tight too. Making all the little keys. That'd be pretty sick. My husband plays piano. My partner plays piano. Husband, partner, whatever you want to call him. And that would be a cute like surprise for him one year. That would be sick. But I think I posted the peaches cake on Instagram. I think it might be there. If not, I need to, because that was one I did a couple years ago that I loved. Okay, so that one, there you go. That one looks, I know you can't see it yet because it's not very filled in, but it looks symmetrical at least, which is good. I've made a guitar topper also. Somebody ordered a like beach themed cake, and on top of it they wanted like a beach chair, a guitar, and a beach umbrella. That one was cute, but also it wasn't like a whole cake that was a guitar. It was just like a little topper like this big that was a guitar. I did make, sorry, I'm getting distracted, but I did make a pretty cute electric guitar cake topper also. I forget what cake it went on, because I have a picture on my phone just of the guitar next to a Sharpie for like size reference, but I can't remember what the finished cake was for that one. Okay, I need something to put under my elbow. Okay. Might have to pop it back into the cooler, to the fridge. Battery check, still good, still live. Ooh, once I do like emotes and things you can redeem on the chat channel, that would be a good one. I was looking at in the electronics department of the store we were at yesterday to figure out a way to hook the camera directly up to the PC, so then the battery thing won't be an issue. But there's like a specific cable I was looking for to like make it so that I don't have to change the batteries on the camera, oops, regularly. That would be a little upgrade to the setup for sure. I mean, it's not a big deal. I only have to change it like once every hour or so, but yeah, need a little more paint. There we go. The thing with these is they'll separate if they sit for a little bit, so you have to shake them up and make sure that the pigment mixes back in with the like oily component of it. Otherwise you don't get like full coverage. It'll look really thin and watery, which is fine for some stuff, but here I'm going for a bold lash line. Sesame Street characters. He really is. He's like just a different, an alternate universe Oscar the Grouch is an alternate universe Piranha Plant. Oh, that would be cute. And then I could make his little worm friend Slimy. That would be so cute. He would be another good one to use the grass buttercream tip on. Because he's, you know, like they're all shaggy, furry texture. I haven't made a 3D. Oh, that looks good. Okay, he's pretty symmetrical. I worry sometimes when I have it like turned slightly one way. I'm like, are they matching up or is it just the perspective I'm looking at? But he looks pretty, pretty all right. Okay, Elmo cakes were also very popular. Elmo and Cookie Monster at the buttercream bakery that I worked at, where we just did buttercream designs. So it was literally like a cake shape, and then like looking top down, we would decorate the top of it to look like Elmo's face or Cookie Monster's face. And so like we would use that shaggy grass tip all over, and then, you know, make his eyes and his mouth. And so like when you're looking down at the cake, it looks like Elmo's face or Cookie Monster's face. The bonus thing, if I was a cake ordering gal from there, I would order the Cookie Monster one, because for Cookie Monster we actually shoved like a couple of fresh baked cookies, like so it looks like it was coming out of his mouth on top. That same bakery had a really delicious cookie dough filling. It was made in-house, but it was basically just cookie dough made without eggs or raw flour so that you could eat it raw. And it was whipped up to be like when it was chilled so that like it wasn't rock solid as a cake filling. So it was just like a slightly different recipe than a classic cookie dough, so that it served as a delicious filling instead, but you could eat it like raw cookie dough. And everybody always picked that filling for the Cookie Monster cake, which I fully support that decision. Okay, I think we'll leave his eyes. Oh, did I do? I made mine a little more curved than his are, but that's okay, I think. I'm gonna say his look a little more smiley. Big Bird is the shaggiest of all time, yeah. Also the part that it would be fun for Big Bird is making his little stripy legs. That would be really cute. Like pinkin'. What about Snuffleupagus though? He would be great in cake also. Is that the same shady bakery? No, this was a different bakery. This was a very wholesome and lovely buttercream bakery that I was just talking about. The shady bakery, I don't mind saying this because like I'm not gonna tell you who it was, and it's not like they're gonna come after me or anything. But what had happened was I had been working there for a couple months, and they were like, I found out from the one manager I worked with, she was from Bolivia, she was real cool, and some of the dishwashers, they were Spanish speaking, and so I didn't get to know them as well, and I didn't know what was going on for a while, but evidently, after I worked there for several months, I found out that they hadn't been paid for a few months. Like, the owner kept saying, like, yeah, I will get it to you, but perhaps they were not, like legal documented people, and so like they didn't have anybody to turn to say like, oh yeah, I'm not getting paid kind of thing. And then it turned out the manager, she, like there was a time where like she didn't get a paycheck, and then she didn't get a paycheck the next week, or the next 2 weeks rather, because we were paid bi-weekly. And then it got so bad that she literally said one week, she's like, I'm not coming in until I get paid. And so she stopped showing up, and then it was just me there decorating all the cakes, and that was when it all fell apart, because I was like, this is not a sustainable job for me to have. So at the same time I was like, yeah, look, if you're not gonna pay us, we're not gonna come into work. That's crazy. And yeah, so I left that place, and they still owe me $984 technically, because I never got my last paycheck. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. There was like more to it. That was like the short, condensed part of it, but yeah. Oh dear, indeed. Also, I had just moved to Virginia at the time, so I was really trying to hold on to the job because I was like, I need income. We just moved and I need to be, so like I was really trying to make it work, but like the more and more I realized that was going wrong there, I was like, okay, I just need to like ditch this sinking ship and find something new because this is getting just worse and worse and worse. Yeah, she and I like filed a complaint with like the Department of Labor. They went and did an investigation and they were like, yeah, we're sorry, but we went and the whole shop is closed, nobody's there, they're not answering any phone calls, this, that, and the other. So they did do an investigation, but nothing came of it compensation-wise for us employees, which I feel really bad for everyone else who worked there because I only like missed out on like that 2-week or however long it was paycheck. But other employees, I feel like they were out a considerable amount of money. And I feel like that was really crummy and manipulative of the owners because I feel like they knew that those employees didn't have like anybody to turn to or anybody to help them. So they were kind of like, what do you do? I don't know. Anyway, story time over. But yeah, that was a stressful time. I still follow the one other decorator. She was really cool. She moved back to Bolivia because her family still lived there. They were supposed to move here with her, but they never did. She was a really cool lady, and I still see her cakes from time to time at the business that she owns back home. That's cool. She was awesome. Oh, my foot's asleep because I was sitting on it. Yeah, some people are the worst. Oh, pins and needles. I was sitting on my foot to like prop me up and now it's like tingly. Wake up. Sleepy Kirby, sleepy foot. Okay, what do we do next? We've got his mouth. In the images, his mouth is just a simple little dot. So that's what we're going to do. Just a little sleepy face. I don't know if I want to do it black or reddish pink like it is in the image. Let's see. I feel like I maybe made the inside of his eyes curved downward a little too much, so they look more smiley than sleepy, honestly. I wonder if I kind of round them out a little bit, they'll look more. I was really focused on making them arched and maybe made them slightly too arched for the expression. For the expression that I was going for. Rats. I like was pressing my hand against the cake board and it slipped while I was painting, so now he has a little stray mark that I'll go in and fix, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. He's tiny. We all make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. Gotta channel your inner Bob Ross when things go wrong. Okay. Yeah, I'll go in and just fix that really quick with this one, maybe. Can't see what I'm doing because there's like shiny light reflections. Come on. Now my hand's so shaky. Okay. Much better. Kirby, don't you know you gotta let your mascara dry before you start blinking and crying? His mascara is running. Water break, thanks, good reminder. So refreshed. Okay. There's like a little texture under his eye, but that's okay. Nobody has flawless skin, not even Kirby. That's a lie. he's looking pretty juicy around the clock, I feel like. Okay, now we'll do his mouth. It's really just a tiny dot, so shouldn't be too hard, right? How high up should I do it? Different versions have it positioned a little differently. No, definitely needs to be high. I'm gonna say right there. Okay. We'll make it just a teeny tiny, like teardrop shape almost. Like a sleepy kitty cat. Boop. Don't get too crazy with it. Okay. Ta-da! Just a itty bitty dot. Really? Let's see. If I move him up closer, you can see. There he goes. Sleepy babe. Kirbo! Hi. Okay. Time for his hat. Do 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 do. Me. How long before I get copyright striked for audio? But if I like say it in funky meows and beeping noises, will they know what song I'm trying to sing? Time will tell. Okay. Hat is still here. Hat has been hanging on the whole time, just waiting for its time to shine. Okay, I'm going to swap to my stationary cake stand so that it stays put while I position the hat. I don't want to have this start spinning when I try to go stand by. Cake stand swap. Hello. Tall purple lady. And here we go. We're back. We'll see you in a minute. Okay, there he goes. So yeah, this one I have the little stopper on, so it's not going to try to rotate when I go to plop this hat on top. Okay. Here we go. There. Also, is it more focused on... I want the cake to be more focused. Absolute cinema. Okay, this bad boy, and I need cake spatula to swipe him off of here. I'm not too worried if the bottom of this gets messed up because we've still got to add more frosting on it probably by looking at the size of it. And at the very least, I know we're gonna add the white fluffy band around the bottom of the hat. So it's okay if we don't make a perfect transition, basically is what I'm getting at. Let's see. Put a little dollop of frosting underneath it, though, because there's a gap. It's got a bald spot on top. So I'm gonna fill that in really quick with my leftover pink frostings. Now that he's done smoothing out, and I don't think I'll need all of this, I'm just gonna make a boop. And also, in case this top frosting isn't squishy enough, now it'll be squishy again, so it'll stick. All right. Hope I haven't gotten a lot of food coloring on my sleeves. Okay, I'm gonna swipe this under and then transfer it. Hopefully without dropping the cake like I did the other day. That was silly. Okay. Move the board. Oh, we gotta runaway crumb and gently release. Yo! Okay. Went remarkably well. It's like I've done this a few times before or something. Okie dokie. Here he goes. And now he has the beginnings of his hat. He does need a toupee. Kirby needs a hair system. There we go. Oh, cutie pie. I'm in love with him already. Okay, I'm just gonna try to make it settle. Yeah, okay, it's not wobbling around anymore. I just need it to make contact. We're gonna swap back to my nice smooth cake table. Wait, no. The bottom fell off. There's like a little floppy silicone part on the bottom so it stays put on the table. And it plopped off. Okay, we're back. Baby, shoop, shoop. Okay, get this out of the foreground. Distraction. Oh, there we go. Now, we need to make the white band around the hat. He also has some white polka dots. And we need to make the part that flops over the side. So I think order of operations will be white band, floppy part, and then polka dots. I think that's how we're gonna do this part. Yeah, it sounds good. Okay. Let's see. Also, it kind of worked out because this little nubbin here and this nubbin here is going to be covered up by the white part, so easy fix. Also, this is where the extra hangy downy bit of his stocking cap is going to go. So, cool beans. It all worked out in our favor this time. White frosting on deck. It's been waiting for its moment to shine, lurking in the shadows. Okay. What kind of tip shall we do? We could make him smooth, like his character model, or we could make it look more fluffy since it's like a fringe. I guess we'll make it smooth, because I'm kind of liking how smooth and glossy he looks overall. We could tussle it up also if we want it to look more textured. Okay. I'm gonna use my biggest tip again. Still, like just using the opening. And if I have to fill anything, we'll go in and do that. So it's probably about 2 of these wide, so we'll stack it and then fill in the middle. So what I mean by that is starting here. Let's see, I'll rotate this way. Yeah, I guess I'll rotate this way. A++. Yes, Kirby's skincare routine is A++. I would love to have his flawless complexion. What's your secret, Kirby? Guess it's all the hours of beauty sleep he gets. Yeah, we'll lay that down. So dang hydrated Kirby is. Okay, so I want to have it at an angle so I don't bump the top of his feet back there, and then we're just going to do 2 smooth rings of it, hopefully. Oh yeah. Look at that. It's going great already. Nice. It looks so plushy and plump. That was very satisfying for me too. Cool. And it's a little thicker, so we could do another one and then smooth the center out so that it looks more like the model. And I also want it to be a more like pronounced kind of lip. Okay, so let's try it again right here. And we just want the overall width of it to be a little thicker, so that's why I'm doing this again. All right, and the seam is right where the dangly part's gonna come down, so we won't really see that too much. Wow, it's really coming together. Right? It's like just right. Just enough for the band of the hat. That's the space that goes around. Sweet. I love when things work out like that. Okay. And then we'll gently smooth the little seam, because you can kind of see a seam where the two lines of frosting are. And then also it'll give this more of a flat, like the band of his hat kind of looks flat at the face of it, but then the edges are very curved, which that's already kind of in place. So we'll start at the seam again and go around. And smooth it out. So it looks like one continuous piece. Wow, fun. Kirby, you're really coming together, bud. Okay, battery check. We still have 2 bars, but it's getting close. So after I do the purple part, I will change the battery, I think. Just so I don't get busy with something else and forget again. I really get into it and then I'm like, oh bud, how sweet. He's gonna be fun to cut into too. What is it about round squishy characters that makes me just wanna, hiya? Is that cuteness aggression? Okay, I'm gonna like make a cut of where the frosting is so that the purple part that I pipe here will lay a little flatter. So I'm going to kind of scoop out some of the existing white frosting right there. But I just want to make sure that I got the positioning correct. I want it to come over this way, so I'll make a mark here and like here, say like that, so you can see those little hatch marks I made. And let's do it. I'm thinking maybe I ought to have done the polka dots first, since the pattern is technically under the brim of the hat. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Hindsight's 20/20. Okay, so just going to scoop a little bit and scoop a little bit, because I'm going to build up the tail of his hat. I've got a decent amount of white frosting left, so that's good. I got a lot of polka dots to make. But yeah, I guess I couldn't really do the polka dots until the purple part was finished, so I think we made the right call afterwards, or after all. Alrighty. And let's fill this part in and make the little tail of his hat. I want to do another Kirby, but like more 3D, where he's standing here, and then I want to have like his yo-yo kind of out to the side. So imagine like Kirby standing here, and then over here his yo-yo, and then I'll have it connected with a piece of the floral wire between the two of them, because it'll look like the string. Since the string's going to be taut, it'll just be a straight line, so I can put that between the yo-yo part and the Yoshi, sorry, not Yoshi, the Kirby part, and then we'll make the yo-yo version of Kirby one time. We're not going to do it back-to-back Kirbys, because, you know, we got to keep it interesting, but that'll be a fun one in the future, and maybe eventually we'll catch them all. We'll just make every version of Kirby. Ooh, or yeah, Ness would be cool. Yeah, maybe we'll do Ness instead, because it's really just the yo-yo part I'm excited about. So we could do Ness and then have the yo-yo. Good call. A room full of Kirbys. Yeah. Kirby, he's the star of the show. Let's see. No time to think, he's got maximum pink. Kirby's the one. I don't know if y'all saw the Kirby cartoon back in the day. Top tier entertainment. Waddle Dee and King Dedede and all his antics. Cut a little bit more. Come right back at ya. At the very least, the theme song was a banger. That's the thing, earlier when I was thinking about cartoon shows, I wasn't even thinking about all the like, I was thinking about a lot about Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, but I wasn't thinking about all the ones that came on like our channel was like the Warner Bros. Channel, or WB for kids. That's where like the Kirby came on. That was where I first watched like Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time on WB Kids, where they had edited out all the guns in Yu-Gi-Oh! I didn't even know that there were characters running around with guns in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they had edited them all out. But the characters would still be like pointing at people, but like, you, stop! But they're pointing like this, like with their thumbs up. I'm like, it should have made sense. It should have clicked that they were not just having funky hand gestures. But yeah. Okay. Looking good, Kerbo, looking good. Yeah, and I want to build this up to be quite plump, because this part needs to be rounded. It shouldn't be too flat and saggy. So, spoop, spoop, spoop. Whoever gets this slice of cake gets a nice plop of frosting. Here we go. That's why I was trying to like, I was talking about this earlier when I was making his hands and his feet. It's like you could just make them entirely out of frosting, but if I was, you know, buying a cake and cutting into it, I would like it if there was something inside. So there's a macaron inside his hand and then the Crispies inside of his feet. Pot of greed, that would be sick. Pot of greed would be tight. Oh, I'd love to make like a dark magician girl themed cake. That would be fun. It would be hard to do like her full figure in cake, but like maybe like her, we could do it 2D and just do like a drawing of her, like a frosting drawing of her on the cake. I just love her color scheme. I mean, dark magician is also great, but her colors are cute, very cutesy. Pot of greed would be good. I'm trying to think of some other cool like item cards that would translate well, but that's an excellent one. Okay, so we're building this up, and now I'm gonna add a little bit more to the seam where the round part meets the tail. And then we're gonna kind of blend it out after. Oop, I had a little plop. I think I'm gonna have just enough purple frosting, which is good, because I really wanted to make him so I could use up all these colors I had left over from Monday. And either I'm going to text my neighbor down the street and see if she and her kids want a cake, or my husband didn't grab, he forgot to grab the little heart piece cake and take it to work, so maybe I'll just hand him both of them, because that one's like tiny. That would have only been like a couple servings anyway. Like, I don't think it would have fed the whole office. I don't know how big they'd be slicing it up in the break room. It's out of my hands at that point. Shoop. All right. So right now it looks all tussled, and we're gonna go back and smooth it. Wow. Oh, Kirby. You've captured the heart of many. Okay, got my spatula, the angled one. Time Wizard! Why did they inexplicably give Joey such a crazy accent? I love it. Time Wizard would be cute. Bright colors, good dense body shape. Time Wizard would be really cute. I love it. Time Wizard or Baby Dragon. Oh, Baby Dragon. Just whip out a full Exodia cake. Or Obelisk the Tormentor. He's terrifying. What kind of death will this cake get? Hi, Kyle. Is it Caillou or Kyle? I realized the other day, I was like, oh, I might have been saying it. Joey's from Brooklyn. Yeah. I guess he was. I forgot that that was like part of his story. He's probably also gonna get the chop, because this is just another fun one I made for vibes. It's not for a customer, so he's gonna get the chop or something. He's chocolate on the inside. Yeah, he's chocolate on the inside, Rice Krispie feet, and then little macaron cookies for hands. These are I was practicing some macarons, and so this is what's inside of his hand, is the little cookie halves. Yeah, so he'll be pretty tasty. He's quite a smorgasbord of little sweets and desserts. Swoop. Now we're smoothing out his hat. I need somewhere else to put the purple frosting. Off screen, I have a little thing right here, right now. He does really play the accent up. You know who really gets my goat? And I know he's supposed to be like a little butthead villain of the show, but Weevil, when he takes Yugi's cards and throws them off the boat like before the tournament starts, I'm like, that's ridiculous. And they still let him compete, and like Yugi doesn't absolutely just like murder him and throw him off the boat. Yeah. Terrible. What a jerk. Rex and Weevil. I forget what his name is in the Japanese version. It's something different. I'm sure it's probably also a pun, but okay. Looking good. There's like a dent right here. Boop. There we go. Smooth it out, smooth it out. But also make it curved at the same time. You don't want to flatten it. Keep it nice and fluffy looking. So that, okay, we could plop a little bit more right here. I feel like that will kind of complete the shape. And that'll be the last of the purple, so it'll be perfect. I don't think I need it. No, I don't need it for anything else on his body. Just his hat. Oh no, don't fall. One of my tips was rolling for the edge over there. It said, see ya. Okay. Pile it on. Might as well. I'm not gonna be able to use 2 tablespoons of purple frosting for anything else, really. Ooh, also, I keep talking about his character design, but there's also one last little thing I want to do for his design. You know how when Kirby's sleeping, he always has like a bubble coming up, or like a little Z, like sleepy Z's. I want to make one and then like have it sticking up so it looks like it's floating above his head. So we'll have to do that also. But that won't take very long. I'll probably just do it in like white chocolate or candy melts. If it's not technically white chocolate. Also, white chocolate is not technically chocolate. We'll get into that later. But yeah, so I want to do that as like his little finishing touch to really, you know, just a little chef's kiss on his whole design. It's fun to add a little dynamic something to him. Okay, that's better. I kind of like that, how that rounded out the top of his hat a little bit better, because it was looking a little too flat. But now there's a little more of a indication of like a dome there, a little, just a little more fleshed out. Exactly. Yeah, he throws away Exodia, just throws them all right into the ocean. Crazy. Crazy. Also, like, does he have no respect for the game overall? Because it's like, that's the only versions of that card that exist. That's so messed up. They're gone forever now. Me and my siblings used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game. But we played it one way for a while and then realized that we weren't technically playing by the proper, like, tournament rules, and so we switched up. And also, my dad got really into Yu-Gi-Oh! Also. Like, he would sit down on Saturday morning and watch the cartoon with us. Like, he loved it also. At the time that we did, he would get really into it. And also it was really sweet because, like, if one of us was sleeping in, he would make sure to go and, like, wake up whoever it was, like, who wasn't watching it yet. Or, like, one of us would, but, like, if we hadn't woken up yet on Saturday, he would come and wake us up if he was up. Because it came on kind of early. Well, I say early, but it was probably, like, 7 or 8. I feel like it got later as it became more popular. I think they, like, on that channel that we used to watch it, they eventually moved it to like the prime time spot when it was on, like at the height of its popularity, I feel like. I used to play the starter deck. I got Kaiba's deck because I really wanted Blue Eyes, White Dragon. And then later on I made like a frog build deck that had like the Des Frog and the Tadpole frog cards because I liked frogs and thought it was cool. My dad and my brother would go up to the card and comic shop in town sometimes and compete. I went up one time. I was like nervous. I was also like 12 or something. I wasn't super, you know, competitive, but I never won like the tournament. They had a tournament like every Saturday. They would do, you know, like Magic the Gathering and Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh at the time. They still do a lot of Magic the Gathering. I don't know how popular Yu-Gi-Oh is there anymore. Maybe I'm out of touch, but I did beat one person and then I lost in the next round, but I felt pretty good that I like managed to beat one person. Also, like everybody up there was like adults and I was like, hey guys, what's up? It was fun. It was good times. It was a cool little shop. It's still around, which is nice. And yeah, I think my brother still does Magic sometimes. He made a lot of good, he was very active in that community. He made a lot of good friends that I feel like he still has through all his gaming endeavors, which is cool. He loves like sussing out a system. He loves like deck building, and anytime like for example, he also like, yeah, wants to like figure out the system to like really make a game work for him basically. Like he was always the one who would look up or suss out how to do stuff on Animal Crossing more efficiently than us. Like me and my sisters would play Animal Crossing for vibes. Like we're not trying to like, you know, make it big in the turn up the stock market or anything like that. He was just like, he plays things to his fullest, to their fullest, and then he moves on to something new. He's big into like League of Legends, and he was playing Slay the Spire. I haven't really played either. I mean, I know League of Legends is huge, it's just, I haven't played it. I watched, the first season of Arcane. I need to like watch a recap or something and then now watch the second season because it's been out for a while, just haven't caught up. But yeah, I definitely need a recap because I started it and I was like, what the heck is going on? I forgot where everybody was and what they were doing and what was happening when we last parted ways with Arcane. The animation on that show is so cool. And again, that's one where I love the character design of like League of Legends characters. Yu-Gi-Oh! Did make so many memes, so many good memes, like for real. Joey Wheeler's a second-rate duelist with a third-rate deck. He was making mad bells. He was like doing the most. He was also like deployed at that time when that came out. So he would always be on Animal Crossing at weird times. And like he was like I feel like that's all he was doing when he wasn't like actively like doing his job. He was gaming. Yeah, because he showed up like when we like first went to each other's islands already. He showed up and like he had a ladder, and I was like, "Where'd you get that? You already got what?" He was like had all these recipes that none of us had yet, and so he's like, "Can I have some of your flowers that are on your second level since you can't get up there yet?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then he gave me like the crafted me a ladder. Yeah, so many good memes from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's time. Do. I watched it in Japanese and English, and my husband asserts that he said the English theme song goes way harder than the Japanese one. I'm like, yeah, but that's like the OG. Yo. Oops, I smudged him again. That's okay. Okay, so we're just about done smoothing out the purple part, and we're gonna move on to his little white polka dots. But before that, I'm going to make his little topper that I was talking about a minute ago, like a Z to make the little sleepy sign. We're gonna pop this part to chill in the fridge, because when I go back to add the white polka dots on, it'll be easier if the purple part is set, which is perfect, because while we're waiting for this part to chill, I will make the little sleepy Z's for him. So, trying to be real efficient with our time. I feel like that's half the battle of working in a cake shop. Is like, okay, well this is happening, I'll do this. Well that's happening, I'll do this. Especially with like baking times. It's like, okay, the next set of cakes is baking, so I might as well, you know, yeah. Basically just being efficient with your time. It's real handy, especially when you're the only one baking cakes. Okay, in the front, I just noticed a little spot over here that was, I hadn't noticed it from the other point of view. Okay. Battery, we're still good, but I am probably about to check it because I forgot again, and I looked up all crazy like, oh, did I forget when it's dying? Okay, we'll do a little progress check, a little work in progress. Glamour. Glamour reel, just spin shot. He's looking good. I'm in love with him. He's fun. Very pancakey. Your move. Yu-Gi-Oh! Your grandpa on the TV. Save your grandpa. Yeah, I love that show. It's excellent. Okay, stop singing. Stop being weird. Okay, we're going to do those things I just said and not get distracted. Put the cake away, grab the other thing, change the battery, and then we're gonna start on the next part. He's almost done though. We just gotta add his little fluff ball. Wait, his little fluff ball at the end of his cap, his little pom-pom, and some polka dots, and then his cute little accent mark. I was thinking about getting real crazy, but I don't have any gloves right now. I was gonna get real crazy because normally I feel like when you see Kirby sleeping, it's like a bubble instead of a Z. Sometimes it's the, you know, sleepy Z's, pardon me, or it's a bubble. I was like, we could get real crazy and I could do a little blown sugar sphere, but I don't have gloves to, I used to have like silicone candy gloves, because when you're working with hot sugar, you can't just do that bare-handed, or in a pinch, you can also just layer up some food service type nitrile gloves. I don't have either of those right now, so I'm not gonna do any sugar work, but that would have been tight, and maybe we'll do that on a future stream when I'm set up. We could do that for a different character who has bubbles involved. Ooh, Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls, maybe. I feel like there's a lot of characters where we could put that into their design. Okay, chilling him, and then the other things that we said. What's DMCA? DMCA time. DMCA. Do I know what that means? Maybe not. Okay, BRB. 2 seconds, friends. I'll be fast as lightning. Shoop, shoop, shoop. But not so fast that I'm gonna trip and drop my sweet baby boy. Okay. Uno momento, por favor. Shoop, 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 shoop. There you go, Kirby. Hi. Shoop. And he is resting. I'm always afraid that the shelf on the door of the refrigerator is gonna bump him. It's never going to, but okay. So to melt the chocolate, I'm gonna grab a mug and get some steamy hot water. So I have these little cake deco pins. Wilton has a product called Candy Melts, and it's similar to that, but it's just the brand of them that I could find at the Daiso. So that's handy for quick little details like this. It's basically like a stabilized chocolate product, so you don't have to temper chocolate. And they're typically like a white chocolate, imitation white chocolate, so it comes in multiple colors, which is nice. So I grabbed a nice purple one. So we're gonna make Kirby Z out of some purple candy melt type product. It's not actually chocolate. I had one of the instructors at the little culinary program I was a part of that I graduated from. He was always adamant to make a distinction about chocolate and candy melts. Battery, first the battery. Okay, before I forget, I'll just start peeping along and doing stuff and get distracted. Okay, 1 second. Do a little hot swap. Boop. Oops. Okay. Nice freshy McFresh battery. And here we go. There we go. Should be good. Hey, yeah. Don't trip over things. Okay, okay. There's like a lag on the iPad, which is over here, so I was like, it's frozen. Where am I? I just wasn't there yet. Oh, okay. DMCA time is when you sing a song and get it flagged because you're singing. Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I'm always wondering about. I'm like, does this sound enough like the real song that I'm gonna get in trouble? Probably. At least not the way I be singing. No, but yeah, I need to cool it on the sing-songies. Also, just for y'all's benefit, not be caterwauling over here. Okay, so I got some hot water and I got my little chocolate deco pin. So they come in different colors. This one's purple, so we're gonna do purple. Hopefully it'll match his hat. And there's steamy water in here. Ooh, that's really hot actually. From my water filter. They put in, when we first moved in here, there was a couple things they put in before we moved in. And one of them was like this cool water filter because we were the first people to live in this like apartment and they were still like finishing whatever, like adding certain appliances. Anyway, it's just, I haven't had one, so I thought it was really cool. It's like a water filter that puts out like chilled water and then like really hot water for tea. So that was cool. So you can literally make like a cup of noodles or a ramen. It's that hot. So, or tea. And yeah, I just need it. This stuff melts pretty easy. So just need it to warm up a little bit. Water break. Thanks, Proto Man. Good call. Next time, I'm gonna fill up my water bottle instead so I don't knock it over, as I'm wont to do. Okay, I'm gonna dip it in for just like another couple seconds to make sure that the center got liquefied also, otherwise we'll be in trouble when we get started. And then down here, I just have a parchment paper on a cake circle, so I'm gonna pipe it directly on there because then I can quickly or easily peel it off of there, it won't stick. And I need to get my floral wire on deck because I need to put it in while the chocolate's melty, and then when the chocolate firms up, we will have a cool little cake topper. I think I'll make one little one and one big one, so like, you know, like a cartoon character, it has like, oh, a stool, back. You know, when they're kind of drifting away from their head. So we'll do one little and one big one. And also if one of them breaks, then we have a backup. Thinking. Big brains energy over here with the backup plan. Also, do I need to do them in reverse? No, because the top is going to be the front. Sometimes when I do things, the top is the back, and so I have to do it in reverse, but this time the top is going to be the front. We're all good. Okay, battery is set. Oh, I tilted the camera a little bit. We're good. Okay, battery's good. Water break. Kirby's chilling. This guy's probably more than good now. I know. Thank you, little bear mug. I usually don't go for things with text on them. I don't know why, because sometimes I'm like, but this one says, if it makes you happy, it doesn't have to make sense to others. Well, first it says, hello bear, and then it says, I think Hello Bear's the brand, and it says, if it makes you happy, it doesn't have to make sense to others. I thought that was cute. But yeah, I usually pick out stuff with text on it. Live, laugh, love. I do, while I'm here living in Korea, there's that one channel where, I think it's usually in Japan, where they're like, Japan's most English, and they, you know, take pictures of shirts where the translation on a shirt is weird or whatever. Thanks! I love this mug. It's got little marching band guys on it. Big boy. And yeah, I want to find a funny shirt like that while I'm here, because I've seen some goofy ones, and some of them are definitely goofy intentionally. Also, translation is hard. Grammar is different in different languages. Okay, I'm going to test the only sad thing is, it is very pastel, but it's not a very purpley purple. It's kind of more purple gray, but since we're going for pastels, I think it'll still look nice with the hat since it's like lighter. So we're gonna roll with it. That's just my only beef with these, is they're like very, 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 very lightly pigmented. Here we go. So put a little bit on the stick, and then on this stick. And I'm gonna kind of roll it so that I make sure both sides of the stick are kind of saturated. And this will have to sit for a decent amount of time in the fridge so that it sets up firmly, but that is okay. Okay, I want the stick to be at the center, and I don't want the blob that I just made to really come outside of the shape of the Z. I do have some little trays to make numbers, basically like chocolate molds that are in number shapes, but I don't have any in letters. I have a bunch of different letter cutters for fondant and such, but so we're just gonna have to freehand this little guy and hope for the best. But also for the theme of this cake, I wanted it to be very round and bubbly font anyway, so that's gonna lend itself pretty easily, I think, to what I'm going for here. So yeah, literally just drawing it on the surface. And if we have to make it a little more sturdy after this layer chills, we can add another layer, especially right around the stick. You want to be sure that part's thick enough. But it's nice because you can make nice, rigid, lightweight shapes with these. Okay. So the center is definitely a little blobby, but that's okay. I think it reads as a Z still. What do we think? Yeah, I think it looks like a Z. So that'll be our little one, I guess, and then I'll make I'll start, I don't know. I'm trying to decide if that should be the little one or the big one. So should I go bigger or smaller for this one? I'll try to go smaller, and if it doesn't work out, I'll just go big. But I don't want to make it too large. It's mainly just trying to get the part where the stick is in the center to fit into the overall shape of the Z. So that's not like poking out at any point. I think I just need to be a little more intentional with the diagonal part of this one. Yeah. How long will the letters take to set? They should only take a couple minutes in the fridge. So when I go grab Kirby, I'll drop them off and then we'll work on his polka dots and his pom-pom on his hat. And these should be good, honestly, just pretty quickly in the fridge. I will have to like assess if they need like a little extra layer on the back just so that the wire doesn't poke out. But if they firm up, they should be looking pretty good. Also, if the wire's peeking out a little bit on the back, I'm not super worried about it as far as looks go. Because, yeah, okay. Yeah. I think the second one looks even better than the first one, which I guess is usually key. Add a little bit to this one. Okay. Yeah, they shouldn't take long at all. I'm gonna leave it as is, and I just gotta be gentle that I don't wobble the stick a lot when I go to chill them. But there they are, little Z's. And I'm gonna gently take them to the fridge and we'll grab Kirby and start going again. Yeah, we might have to do a second layer on the big one because I wonder why that is. It's like poking through the top a smidgen more than the tiny one. I think it's because the stick of the little one was not hanging off the plate as much. I probably should check that to start with, but it's all good. Not too pressed about it. Like I said, maybe that's the backup one and we just have the tiny one. We will see. Kirby! Kirby, Kirby, Kirby. All right, it's coming back with a swiftness. So we gotta do his little cheeky coloring on his cheekies, and then his pom-pom and his polka dots. And I think that's everything besides the sleepy Z's. He's back. He's still looking cute. Alrighty. And there we go. A gentle landing. Okay. So here's the one color that I have for his cheeks. I'm wondering if I should have picked like a slightly darker color, but I'm gonna do a little test swatch and see. Shake this one up really well because it's one of the metallic ones. Oh, that's another thing I should see. Like, I don't want them to be so shiny you can't see what color they are when I paint it on. There we go. 2 drops will do. Okay. And I need really, this one will do, I guess. I'm gonna just make the little gentle rosy cheeks, his little blushy cheeks. Set this aside. And rolling right along to the next step. Some purple buttercream smudges. There we go. Alrighty. Okay. I'm gonna do a test swatch on his butt before I go right for his face. Yeah. Maybe I'll just do it out of frosting. This one is a little thinner. It doesn't have as much coverage because it's like the metallic one, but then the red color I have is like a little too dark. I could mix them, but instead, I think I'm going to just use a little dab of frosting because we already have this pink color. And so we'll kind of just gently blend it in or smooth it out or something. or it could be like a more distinct. What I was imagining was if I painted it on, I could make it look more feathered, like a softer look to it. But he's a cartoon. It's okay if it's just like a bold little circle, basically, is what I'm getting at. I got black buttercream paint on my fingers from picking that up, I guess. There we go. All right, buttercream bag, grab a round tip, and we'll pipe a little oval instead. I'm just switching gears a little bit, no biggie. Okay. Placement, we want them just to, yeah, just underneath into the side of his eye a little bit. That's where we want to orient them. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to sketch a little circle out so that way if the angle is weird while I'm piping, I still know that I'm in the right place. Use my little stylus tool. It's just like a pointy needle. And draw a gentle little oval. That way I can pipe with confidence. I'll use this sometimes if there's like a lot of text on a cake and like I'll write it out with this first, like an outline. And that way, if something, I can smooth it off if I like do the spacing wrong before I like go in with a color or something. It's useful for a lot of stuff like that. That's what I feel like I use it for most often. Okay. These look pretty even. We're gonna roll with it. Okay. All right, little blush action for our guy. Yeah, he's looking smooth and glossy. He looks like a freshly piped meringue. And hoping I can just get one nice smooth shape. If I pipe it really smoothly, then I won't have to go back and smooth it by hand. Okay, get in there. Okay, here we go. And we're on the surface, and you hover just above the surface. Try to apply even pressure as you're moving and get a smooth application. Tummy grumbles. Like that. Oh good, you can see that. You could definitely probably see this better than if I had painted it on anyway, so I think we made the right decision. And same thing on this side. Let's see. That's better. I'm trying to get where I'm like my hand shadow's not in the way, but we're still at a good piping angle. Yeah, okay, that'll have to do. I wish I could mail this to my sister. She loves Kirbo. I'm a Kirbo fan. She's a super fan. She's the leader of the Kirbo fan club. Yeah. Little chickies. Yeah. She and I played Kirby's Epic Yarn together in the little co-op mode. Hi, Bunny. Eee, I love how Kirby looks. Thanks so much, Bunny. Aw. Thanks for stopping in. We're got a few more details. We're just now accessorizing him, basically. We're gonna add a nice fluffy white pom-pom here and his polka dots on his hat. And then I made a cute little topper to pop in the top to look like little sleepy cartoon Z's, like Z's, to come out of the top of his head. So yeah, welcome in. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. There we go. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good day or evening so far. Probably nighttime for a lot of people. Alrighty. Just really smooth out the surface a little bit. He was pretty smooth already, so I don't have to do it a whole lot. There's just like a little tiny peak going in with both hands so I can not be so shaky. That's better. And same thing on this side. Just give it a quick once over. But don't let the top of your smoother hit anything else in the process. There we go. Cool. All right. Next up, polka dots on his hat. We need our white frosting back, which is over here. And now we need a round tip for the bag. So let's see. Oops. We have an escapee. I want it to be quite large. I want to do it like how I did the cheeks, where if you do it kind of like in a smooth, continuous motion, it looks nice and smooth from the get-go, so you don't have to smooth it out very much at all afterwards. I'm not seeing my big tip that I like best for this kind of thing. Okay. Might just we might start by just trying with the open bag size tip. Let me look at his reference really quick. I just have a picture pulled up to see how big the dots are and like how they're spaced. Okay, so they're about like a $half size maybe. So like 1.5 inches across or so. Nothing crazy. Okay, stay put phone. All right. So here we go. Get up here. Tummy rumblies. There we go. Okay. I think these will come out smoother if I remix the, I don't know if you can see it, but like the edges are cracked a little bit. That's because of frosting. I bagged this up like a little bit ago, so the frosting has started to set a little bit. I'm going to pop it into a bowl and remix it really quick and then bring it back, and that's going to make this whole process just go a lot more quickly and smoothly than if I try to do it with the seized up frosting how it is. So I'm going to make that call and do it that way instead, because it will save me some trouble if the edges come out looking nice and round from the get-go, rather than having to like go around and kind of shape up the edges. So just for simplicity's sake, and to really, I want to phone it in at the end, you know, just like roll ahead with the frosting that I have. I want to phone it in and kind of mess up his final results. So there, swipe this one off, and we'll do that really quick. So a brief BRB, 1 second, be like 2 seconds. And I'll check on our, whoops. I'll check on our, our little chocolate accents that we put at the top. Or put on top of on the top shelf of the fridge that we're going to put on top of the cake. Alrighty. Still here with you in spirit. There we go. Sorry if that's probably loud and obnoxious, but it's a necessary evil at the moment. Just so we make sure we do Kirby justice. Alright. Loosened it up by putting it in the microwave on the lowest possible power setting. I'm gonna take a peek at our chocolates really quick while I'm in here. Oh yeah. I'm gonna leave them another second. But the outside is set up nicely. It's already firm, so that's cool. All right, coming back at you. Gently jogging down my hallway in socked feet. We're back. Thanks so much for waiting. Mixy, 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 mixy. So it's a lot smoother. It's not seizing up from being so cold. Cool beans. All good. All right. So I'm gonna scrape all the dregs out just to be sure that we don't have any bubbles. Start with a totally empty bag, and then you won't have any gaps or bubbles from where the old frosting was to where the new frosting fits in. How are we doing on time? Wow, we've been here for 3 hours. My goodness. Time flies when you're having Kirby themed fun. That's what I always say. And I've always said that. Okay. Alrighty. Next up, fill the bag. Nice and glossy. You can't even see that. Nice and glossy. And it's gonna come out so smooth that with any luck, I won't even have to smooth them myself. That's really the key. I've seen people do that for even for like small piped fondant animals. If your frosting is just the right consistency, you use the right tip and everything. It's kind of like in classical pastrying, making like meringue muffins. Sorry, not meringue muffins, meringue mushrooms. Yeah, like you can pipe and get like a full rounded shape with smooth edges if everything's the right consistency and you're using the right tools. Okay. And there we go. Much better. Oh yeah. So now I got like really, you see that? Like really smooth. It's not seizing up at all. Because the butter is closer to room temp now. Well, normal room temp, not chilly trying to compensate for hot lights temp. Probably get to where I can balance that a little better. All right, next up, cute little cutie polka dots. Okay, flip this around so I can access the other side of my frosting bowl that's down here. And swipe the remnants of polka dots past. Okay. Try that again, you. What was that? Nothing important. Just knock something off the desk underneath. Alrighty, polka dot time. Here. I'm gonna do what I did the other day. I'm using my tilty guy so that y'all can get a better angle on this, so I can show you a different angle of the cake without changing the angle of the camera. Some designs are going to demand like a top-down view, but today this is how I'm compensating instead. Whoop. Okay, so let's see. Tilt it towards you. Well, away from you, but I'll change it. Okay, now flip this bad boy around. There we go. That's much better. So now you're not looking over the top of it. You're looking kind of straight down at him. Excellent. Okay, after much ado, we're gonna make sure this is locked in place and then start some polka dots. So, start with a clean edge, hover just over the top, and then press kind of like you would for a macaron, like that. So he looks smoother, and the edge looks smooth, which is the main thing that I was going for. Okay, now let's rotate. And we will stagger them and scatter them all around. Hopefully you can see better from this angle. Try to make them roughly the same size is the name of the game. Okay. Oops. Oh, sorry, scooted the chair scoot. Okay, if we put one right here. And this is the part where I was like, oh, maybe I should have done the polka dots before. So like you have the pattern continuing to where like some spaces you would naturally see a half polka dot or something like that. That was the only reason I was like, oh, maybe I should have done polka dots and then the band of the hat. But I think that looks fine. We're not too worried about it. Okay. And back of the hat. Gently apply even pressure. Oops, I got a tail. Too much flourish. Continuing. Sounds a little bit smaller. Yeah, that's better. And once again, shoop. One right here, I guess. Going off the spacing that I've established so far. Okay. And now we're going to start coming down the sides of the pointed part of his stocking cap. Okay. A little right here. And I want this one to kind of continue over the edge nicely. Oh yeah, that one's a little drippy. Oops. And maybe right here. Okay. Coming down towards the tip of the cake. Do one like right there. Yeah. Okay. Doing this at a funky angle. It's all good. Okay, polka dots are good looking nice, looking fresh. Okay, take our fondant smoother. I'm just gonna smooth out the tips. Our frosting smoother, scraper. Yeah, I'm just gonna smooth out the little tips of them. And if there's like a bubble, I'll get that too in the process. So yeah, as you can see, it's a big part of buttercream cakes. Frosting and smoothing, frosting and smoothing. I do like one thing very satisfying about textured cakes. Cakes where people use the star tip all over, and it's basically like pointillism art where it's like like the whole surface of the cake is covered in star tip frosting blobs. Those are really cool. I've done basketball like that before. Frosting and smoothing. That would make a good t-shirt slogan. There you go. My main man, Kirbo. Yo. And tamp down those pointed tips. Those frosted tips. There we go. This one should be easy. Like I said, so the frosting came out really smooth on the first go, so these just need, unlike the other parts of the cake where they're angular, so I had to like go over it again and again to try and get it to smooth out. These are pretty simple to just make one pass at it. And there you go. If I wanted them to be less dimensional, like more flat to the surface of the cake, you could have taken like a tiny tip, a tiny piping tip, drawn the outline, and then filled it in like you are a coloring book, like basically. And that would have made them like a little flatter on the surface of the cake, but they would have taken longer to smooth them out. For this design, I don't mind that they're like a little raised on the surface of the cake. I think that is fine, but in other cake designs, maybe you wanted them to look a little flatter. That's another option. But these are very satisfying. So I like how plump they look. The cake has an overall nice plumpness to it. All right, cool, how exciting. We're getting to the point where we are close to finishing, so I need to figure out who I want to raid today, because I'm gonna actually do that. I figured out how to do it. Not like it's very difficult, I just didn't know. So the previous streams I didn't raid when we signed off. But we still have to do his pom-pom and his topper, so we're not quite there yet, but I just want to keep that in the back of my mind. So I don't forget. Yeah, and hopefully by the next time we see each other, I plan to stream on Friday my time, like same kind of time today. Friday my time, which is usually Thursday evening, US time. Yeah, I think the next time we see each other, I will also have added a couple elements to the stream that I'm excited about. The scenes, like I have an idea for like a BRB scene and like a stream's about to start thing. So go ahead and draw those up and put them in place, and then we could always change them later if we want to do something different. But I think I got them all. Yeah, okay, so we got all of those guys. I'm gonna flip him back down gently. Wait, where's the button? Watch me just fling him off of the cake thing like a catapult. Oops. Are you locked in? Don't trick me. Okay, yeah, he's locked in. All right, and see, that's why I hadn't been using this one, because it makes a little scrapey noise, which I don't mind, but the one over here is silent. It glides silently. It's not horrible, but just for the sake of the audio, we'll swap back to the silent gliding cake circle. Okay, making sure I'm not about to elbow him or run into him with my apron over here. Okay, cool. Kirby is almost done. Yay. I'm gonna run and grab the Z's so that if they need to be added and chilled again, they can chill while we add his pom-pom. So just trying to think about. Oh, hey Ashley and Ashley, welcome in. Thank you, Proto Mav. I think the hat turned out pretty cute. The polka dots are fun. Oh, I think we could add one more half polka dot here to finish the pattern out. What do we think? Or would that be too close? I think we'll just leave it as is. It looks pretty like consistent overall on the top, I think. So, do I want to add it? Am I going to be real particular and go back and add it? We'll see in a minute. I'm going to check on the white chocolate. I'm going to go check on the white chocolate and we'll be right back. Silly gooses. Okay, we're back. So they are chilled, they are firm. I'm gonna try to take them off the parchment though, without breaking them. That'll be the real test. See if they need another layer or what we're talking about here. So let me move in a little closer. You see, so they should lift right off. Now we have a little Z. Hang on. Oh, there he is. Yeah, so they are very delicate. If I was gonna deliver this cake or hand it off to a customer, you know, I would firm this up and make sure there aren't any possible points of failure. But for our purposes today, this is perfectly acceptable. I'm not worried about it because this cake doesn't have to move around. I don't have to like box it up. So I'm not worried about, oh, what if I bump it and then it's too delicate and it falls right off. Let's check our letter Z before I get too carried away with my excitement. Okay, and this one should also just lift right off. Ta-da! And so we're gonna put it above his head like this. Cool. How exciting. Oh, the thrills of cake decorating. Shall we add an outline to it so it's easier to see? Nah, I think it's fine. We're gonna roll with it. Okay, and so we will go ahead and place those, I think, and then finish it off. Or should we do the pom-pom first and then place them? I guess we'll do the pom-pom first and then place them just on the off chance that I bonk them while they're spinning around on the cake top or on the cake turntable. Yeah. I'm always gonna err on the side of caution as far as like, what could I possibly goof up? And try to avoid that. I'm like usually pretty careful with cakes, but sometimes I don't have the best Depth perception. Okay, we have plenty of white frosting left, so we can make a nice, fluffy, rounded cake. I mean, sorry, fluffy, rounded pom-pom for his hat right here. So yeah, that's where it's gonna go. And that angle's acceptable, y'all can see. I think, so we're gonna roll ahead. I was like, should I tilt it up so y'all can see it better? I will. If it'll make it better, we're gonna tilt it up. Because I really want y'all to be along for the journey. It's not about me, I can see things and I've done this before. Whoop! But if this makes it just a little bit better, I think it's worth it. It's worth it if I don't drop it on top of him and totally ruin him. Honestly, guys, that's bound to happen one night. So, if it does, bear with me. Okay, we're back on here. We're locked into place, yep. And if I tilt it up slightly. Is that better? I think that's a little better. Also, I might be able to see it better if I'm working over the top of the cake. There we go. Yeah, it's angled more towards the camera, so I'm gonna call that a win. Okay, softened white frosting, and we're going in. Okay, ready? And keep my apron out of the way. So really nice and plump. And make sure that it kind of covers the whole tip of his stocking cap, sleeping cap. That's looking nice and fluffy and delightful. And this one, I don't think I'm going to smooth it out. I think I want to leave it looking kind of plushy and cloud-like, because I feel like that suits this part pretty well. Oh, it just looks like a little cloud. How delightful. Kirby, it's been real. It's been a real fun day. And build it up. Nice and fluffy. We're not gonna smooth down. I want it to look like a luscious cotton ball. Or something along that vein. And yeah, fluffy. Fua fua. Put one more plop over here because there's like a gap between the cake and the cotton ball, the pom-pom, if you will. There we go. Little softy guy. I'm gonna look at it from another angle and make sure it checks out, but there you go. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I can live with that. I like that. Okay, cool. Nice. I was just making sure that this side came out like kind of symmetrical from like a straight on perspective. All right, guys, here's Kirby. We're gonna put it on his little toppers, and I think that's everything. I can't decide. I was like trying to think if there was any other details he was missing, but I think he's done. What a little guy. What a cute little friend. Okay, I'm gonna swap real quick. Back to this bad boy. Whoop. And we will place his little toppers on, and that will complete our design for the day. We will, since this is a cake not for a customer, this is just for my purposes, it's gonna get eaten. But I'm just, by that I mean it's not, since nobody ordered this from me, so I can cut it open if I like to, which we will. If you stick around, we'll admire him for a little bit. I'll get some photos and then we'll cut Kirby open and get a little slice. Okay, what do we think, guys? Cutie. And to balance out the design, I'll put the Z's on this side because we have this going on, so we'll have this going on over here. We want to orient this one lower than the other one. Yeah, okay, cool. So we'll have this one, what do we think? Like, I want them kind of staggered like that. So this one in. Right here. And then this one. There we go, just at a slight angle. And then this one. And push even further down so that they're staggered. But there we go. Sleepy Kirby. How fun. Cutie pie. Oh, I'm in love. I want to hold like something behind him so I guess you can see the Z's okay. Wait, wrong way. There we go. Now you can see them a little better. If I like propped him up on a dark background, it would really pop, I guess. Kirby! Aw, let's get a zoomed in shot for him. Right here. Okay, I'm gonna mess around with the camera a little bit so we can get a little close-up. A little close-up Kirby action. He's a little bit bigger, so he's a little easier to see than Rossetti was, but still, I want to get him in all his glory. Oh, Kirby. There we go. And oop, there, that's better. Alrighty. There's the man himself. Shoop. Let's get a little sweet. Well, if nothing else, I feel like I made great use of my leftover frostings. Couldn't be more pleased with how he turned out. There we go, charge my extra battery. What a sweet baby. Whoop, get me back in here. But yeah, that's Kirby for you. Here we go. And I'm gonna snap a quick picture just with my phone. Yeah, here you go. Guess I'll do it this way. Need like a solid backdrop, but that's okay. Shoop. I could just take a screen grab from the video later. Oh, sorry. My whole phone in real life. There we go. Turn you slightly this way. That way I have just a photo ready that I can quickly crop and drop into my Instagram stories before I go through and do all the other stuff. All right, That's it. That's Kirby. Should we hang out with him a little bit, or should we chop him open, cut off his butt? I think I'll go this way this time. Last time I cut Rossetti right in the face, but I'm gonna go this way so that I don't have to knock those off. But yeah, y'all hang out for a second. I'm gonna go grab the big knife so we're ready with it whenever. Yeah. Cool. BRB chat. Back. Quick bathroom break before grabbing the knife. I was like, sorry, hope the mic's alright. I'm fiddling around with it. Here we go. Okay. Kirby. Coming for you. Okay. Definitely gonna put my apron back on. All right, Kirby. Time to meet my doom. Sad. Do the old butt chop. But then, honestly, I'm gonna shove him back together. That way I can send him up to work so he gets eaten. All right. Here we go. Bye, Kirby. See you later. Yeah, so we'll cut him and then we'll decide who we want to raid today. I'm gonna do it for real. See who's online. Oh, did I freeze? 1 second, I think my feed froze over here. Okay, that was weird. One second, let me check the computer first. Gotta make sure that we're actually going. Okay, I think everything's good. I think maybe my iPad was just lagging where I have the chat pulled up. Cause like the video was frozen. Oops. Okay, we're good. I think it's up to date now. I just didn't want to like cut it and then realize that I wasn't recording for some reason. Okay. Bye, Kirby. It is time. Okay. Get a nice cross section. Y'all ready? Should we do a slice or just a cut? If I do a cut, I need something to put him, like slide him towards. Oh boy. I'll just cut a nice little slice out back here. Yeah. Ready? 3, 2, 1, let's do it. Let me close like for you. It was fun while it lasted, Kerbo. And here we go. Oh man, I should have turned it more a little bit so you could see it. Sorry y'all, still getting used to the camera angles, I guess. Ta-da! This one's for you. This one's for me. Oh! Sorry, guess it's not for you anymore. Flopped right off the spatula. Alright. Kirby. What a mess. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Let's see who we should raid, who's online and stuff like that. That'll be fun. I'm trying to task myself with like figuring out a new thing every time we stream. Just so all this becomes like a smoother process. In the meantime though, thanks for bearing with me. I know there's probably a lot more capable people out there. So, always appreciate the patience. I'm learning. But yeah, alright. Let's see then. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'll be back on Friday my time, Thursday evening, US time zone, pretty much. I think I put it in the schedule. I'll check. If I didn't put it in the schedule, I'll put it there so you know exactly like what time I'm aiming to be on instead of just being like so vague with it. Alright. Let's try this out. I haven't done this part yet. I know you can just like type raid or you can go here. Let me see who's online first, I guess. Like if you type someone who's not online, that wouldn't be good. It'll just send you to an offline channel. Let's see. But yeah, hope everybody's having a good night. Almost halfway through the week. Hump day. And there we go. Let's see. Hopefully Friday. I'm going back and forth between, I got a couple requests this week, you know, just people giving me different ideas. Today we got a request for Tom and Jerry and Snoopy. Earlier in the week we got a request for Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, and we got, ooh, I should swap to just chatting because we're just chatting now, so hang on. That's another thing I want to get. What do we do? Edit stream info. Perfect. Category. Just chat. Gotta get better at all the things. All right. And who's live right now? I was hoping we'd catch What If Julia before she signed off because it was her birthday today and everybody was wishing her happy birthday. So I was like, oh, we could raid her if she's still on. But otherwise, I think we'll pick something similar, like some kind of crafting or sculpting channel, I guess. If anybody has any suggestions, feel free to share them. Yeah, we'll pick someone out. Bear with me. Yeah, I guess it's getting late for a lot of people. But I'm gonna do this. I know it's taking me a minute. Raid a channel. Oh, no raidable channel. Find a live channel to raid. Let's see. Oh, cool. Somebody's doing a cross stitching. That'd be cool. Let's do that. I haven't seen this creator before, but there we go. Oh, rats. The raids. Sorry. It says the settings don't allow you to do a raid right now. It might be the users settings. They put them in the live category, so they were like accessible, but not, you know. That's okay. I'm just going through the motions now. I understand if you have places to be and this is taking too long, but I'm gonna do it because I want to know how to do it from now on. I made sure I knew how to do it ahead of time. But yeah, Kirby went pretty well. I was pretty happy that the design came out as crisply as I was thinking. Never made a Kirby cake in this style before. The Kirby Cake Kirby cake I made before was actually a fondant one, so this was a new cool challenge. Yeah. Go out Animal Crossing. Find somebody playing Animal Crossing. Rats. I'm struggling, y'all. I'm on the struggle bus. I'm driving the struggle bus. I keep saying that the target won't allow you to raid them, so I'm just picking a rando. I don't see anybody that I follow that's alive right now, so I'm just gonna pick like a random like crafting type channel. Or a gaming channel that looked cozy. Still gonna do it. I'm sticking this out. I've been here this long. I'm gonna do it. Next time, if I get started earlier, I'll finish more quickly, and then I feel like a lot of the people I follow will still be strong. I haven't seen any arc raiders yet. I know it's pretty popular right now, but I haven't really watched any gameplay. I haven't played any. Ooh, let's do, if it'll let us, let's raid this person who's playing Hollow Knight Silksong. Because earlier, I was talking about how I just started playing the first Hollow Knight for the first time. So we'll raid this guy playing Hollow Knight. If it'll let us. Again, this is a rando, so we'll see what happens. Okay. See what happens. Also, it'll give you the option to opt out. Like, it'll ask you if you want to stay or if you want to go. You all know how this works. I'm not telling anything you don't know. But this is good practice for me. Okay, let's see if this works. They're live. Okay. This is painful. Y'all, I'm about to bail out of embarrassment. Honestly. I'm sticking with it. Not gonna bail. Just gonna pick somebody, even if it takes me all day. It'll get easier. Okay, the settings won't let me raid them. Okay, I tried a few people. I'm gonna workshop this and do it better next time, but instead we will sign off because I think third time wasn't the charm. So I might just be doing something incorrectly, or it might be, yeah, I might just be doing something incorrectly, so it's fine. Thanks for hanging out. Say goodbye to Kirby. Bye, Kirby. Okay. See you later, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me and Kirby. Farewell. Better luck next time. I swear I know how to do it. It just didn't let me do it. Oh, gosh.